Welcome, brave soul, to a journey through the shadows that lurk beneath Hogwarts' ancient stones. Tonight, we delve into the darker truths hidden within the castle's walls, the whispered horrors that professors dare not speak aloud, the terrifying secrets buried in restricted texts, and the malevolent forces that have shaped wizarding history for centuries. As you settle into the darkness of your chambers, let these chilling tales wash over you like a cold mist from the depths of the Black Lake. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of magical terror, where every legend hides a nightmare and every comfort conceals a curse. The ancient stones of Hogwarts carry within them secrets that would chill the blood of even the bravest Gryffindor, whispered truths about the castle's founding that have been carefully buried beneath centuries of celebration and legend. What the history books fail to mention, what Professor Binns omits from his droning lectures, are the dark rituals and terrible sacrifices that transformed 4 separate magical dwellings into the unified fortress of learning that has shaped wizarding Britain for over 1,000 years. In the misty highlands of 11th century Scotland, where ancient Celtic magic still pulsed through ley lines carved by druids long forgotten, 4 of the most powerful witches and wizards of their age came together with a vision that was both noble and necessarily cruel. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin understood that creating a school of magic required more than mere architecture and academic ambition. It demanded blood, sacrifice, and the willing surrender of innocence to forces that existed beyond the comfortable boundaries of light magic. The construction of Hogwarts began not with the laying of foundation stones, but with the careful selection of a site where the boundaries between life and death, between the mortal world and realms of shadow, were thin enough to pierce without shattering reality entirely. The Black Lake had been chosen specifically for its connection to ancient burial grounds, its waters serving as a conduit for the restless spirits of Celtic warriors, whose violent deaths had saturated the soil with centuries of accumulated rage and power. Salazar Slytherin, whose reputation for dark arts mastery was whispered even among his fellow founders, understood that protective magic of the magnitude required for their ambitious project could not be sustained through conventional means. The wards that would shield their students from external threats needed to be powered by something far more potent than simple spell work, something that could endure for millennia without weakening or requiring constant renewal. They needed to bind the very essence of willing sacrifice into the castle's foundation, creating a self-sustaining network of protection that would grow stronger with each passing generation. The Chamber of Secrets, that legendary hidden room that would become synonymous with Slytherin's legacy, was not merely a sanctuary for his heir or a storage space for a basilisk. It was a ritual chamber where the darkest work of the castle's creation took place, where volunteers from among the founder's most devoted followers gave their lives willingly to power the enchantments that would protect future students from threats they could not imagine. These were not murders but sacrifices in the truest sense, performed by individuals who understood that their deaths would purchase centuries of safety for thousands of young wizards and witches. The great serpent that would eventually inhabit the chamber was not Slytherin's pet but his familiar, a creature whose lifespan matched his own ambitions for immortality, whose venom would serve as both weapon and preservative for the magical energies contained within the castle's hidden heart. The basilisk's role was not to kill the unworthy, but to guard the source of Hogwarts' power, ensuring that only those with Slytherin's own blood could access the chamber and, if necessary, renew the sacrificial magic that kept their great work alive. The moving staircases that would perplex and delight generations of students were powered by the restless spirits of those early volunteers, their consciousness bound into the castle's architecture through rituals that modern wizards would find abhorrent. Each step that changed position, each staircase that led to a different destination, was guided by the fragmentary awareness of someone who had chosen to become part of Hogwarts itself. Their sacrifice ensured that the castle could adapt and defend itself, rearranging its interior to confuse intruders while guiding legitimate students toward their destinations. The portraits that line Hogwarts corridors represent a tradition far darker than simple magical artistry. The process of binding a living soul to painted canvas requires the subject to experience a form of death while remaining conscious, their life force deliberately fragmented and dispersed across multiple magical anchors. The early portraits that still hang in the castle's most ancient corridors were created through techniques that involved ritual scarring, bloodletting, and psychological torture designed to traumatize the subject's spirit sufficiently that it would prefer the limited existence of paint and canvas to the prospect of moving on to whatever realm awaits the dead. Helena Ravenclaw's transformation into the Grey Lady exemplifies the terrible price paid by those closest to the founders. Her theft of her mother's diadem was not mere adolescent rebellion, but a desperate attempt to escape a fate that had been planned for her since birth. Rowena Ravenclaw, in her obsession with preserving knowledge and wisdom for future generations, had intended her daughter to become the castle's first permanent ghost, a guardian spirit whose connection to the Ravenclaw bloodline would ensure that the tower's secrets remained protected. Helena's flight to Albania was not teenage defiance, but a desperate bid for freedom from a destiny that would trap her consciousness within Hogwarts for eternity. The Bloody Baron's pursuit and murder of Helena was not a crime of passion, but the fulfillment of a compact made with Rowena herself. The Baron, whose love for Helena was genuine but overshadowed by his loyalty to the Founder's vision, had been tasked with returning the girl to her fate. When Helena chose death over eternal servitude, the Baron's grief and rage created the spiritual trauma necessary to bind both their souls to the castle. His chains are not merely symbols of remorse, but magical restraints that prevent him from moving on, ensuring that his guilt and anguish continue to power the protective enchantments of Ravenclaw Tower. The Great Hall's enchanted ceiling was not created through simple illusion magic, but through a ritual that opened a permanent window into the realm of spirits, allowing the consciousness of the castle itself to observe and respond to the emotional states of those gathered below. The ceiling reflects not merely weather, but the collective spiritual atmosphere of the school, its storms and sunshine responding to the accumulated hopes, fears, and secrets of every student who has ever walked through its doors. During times of great darkness, when the castle's protective spirits grow restless, the ceiling has been known to show scenes of battle, images of death, and glimpses of futures too terrible for young minds to comprehend fully. The house tables themselves were carved from wood taken from trees that had grown in execution grounds throughout magical Britain, their grain infused with the life force of wizards and witches who had died for their crimes or their principles. Each house table carries within its timber the accumulated experiences of those who died with courage. Whether heroes or villains, their final moments of defiant strength channeled into the furniture, where students would daily break bread and form the bonds that would define their adult lives. The table's ability to produce food from thin air draws not merely on magic but on the life energy stored within the wood itself, each meal a communion with the dead, who had chosen to nourish future generations with their sacrifice. The sorting hat represents perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Founder's grand design. Created not from simple fabric but from pieces of the Founder's own souls, deliberately torn from their consciousness through dark arts rituals that left permanent psychic wounds in each creator, the hat contains fragments of 4 of the most powerful magical minds in history. Its ability to read thoughts and discern character comes not from enchantment, but from its nature as a composite being, a magical entity that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously and can therefore perceive aspects of personality and potential that remain hidden even from the subjects themselves. The process of soul-splitting required to create the sorting hat predated Herpo the Foul's invention of Horcrux magic by several centuries, but followed similar principles. Each founder voluntarily damaged their own soul, accepting the spiritual corruption that comes with such dark magic in order to create a guardian spirit that would endure long after their deaths. The hat's occasional seemingly arbitrary sorting decisions are not mistakes, but the will of the founders themselves, their fragmentary consciousness still active within the magical artifact, still guiding the development of their school according to plans laid down a millennium ago. The Room of Requirement, that mysterious chamber that appears only when needed most desperately, was not built by the founders, but discovered by them, a natural, magical phenomenon that existed within the castle site long before human habitation. The room represents a tier in reality itself, a space where desire and necessity can temporarily override natural law through sheer force of will. The founders recognized its potential but also understood its danger, binding it with restrictions and safeguards that prevent it from granting wishes that would fundamentally alter the balance between life and death, between light and darkness. The room feeds on the psychic energy of those who use it, drawing power from their deepest needs and most desperate desires. Students who spend too much time within its ever-changing walls report dreams that feel more real than waking life. Gradual disconnection from ordinary reality and an increasing inability to find satisfaction in the mundane world outside its magical embrace. The room gives what is asked for. But, like all magic that seems too good to be true, it extracts a price that is not apparent until the debt comes due. During the school's early centuries, when the founders' influence was strongest and their vision most clearly defined, students who proved unsuitable for magical education simply disappeared, not expelled or transferred, but erased from existence itself, their life force absorbed by the castle's protective enchantments, their memories removed from the minds of classmates and teachers alike. The founders understood that not every child born with magical ability possessed the moral character necessary to wield such power responsibly, and they had created mechanisms within the school itself to identify and eliminate potential threats before they could mature into dark wizards who might threaten the wizarding world's stability. The Whomping Willow, though planted centuries after the founders' deaths, was placed deliberately over a mass grave where the remains of these early failures were buried. The tree's violent nature stems not from magical breeding, but from its roots' contact with bones, infused with the terror and desperation of children who realized too late that they had failed some fundamental test of worthiness. The tree attacks not randomly, but with the concentrated rage of dozens of young souls who were denied the chance to grow up and make their own choices about the kind of wizards they might become. The founders' portraits, hidden in the deepest vaults beneath the castle, were created through rituals so dark that even their successor headmasters have feared to look upon them directly. These are not mere painted likenesses, but functioning pieces of the founder's consciousness, preserved through magical techniques that required each creator to experience their own death and resurrection multiple times, fracturing their souls across multiple vessels and anchor points. The portraits watch over their school still, their painted eyes seeing through every other portrait in the castle, their will enforcing the original vision through subtle influences that most headmasters interpret as institutional tradition rather than direct supernatural control. Godric Gryffindor's portrait carries within its paint the blood of hundreds of enemies slain in combat, their life force bound into the artwork to preserve his warrior spirit for times when the school might face threats requiring more than academic solutions. His painted form can manifest physically when needed, drawing on the stored life energy to become a temporary but entirely real presence, capable of wielding sword and wand with the skill that made him legendary among his contemporaries. Helga Hufflepuff's portrait contains fragments of soil from every place where her students lived and died, connecting her consciousness to a network of spiritual energy that spans the entire wizarding world. Her painted eyes can see not only through Hogwarts' many portraits, but through the land itself, monitoring threats to her extended magical family wherever they might be found. Her spirit has guided more lost students home through dreams and visions than any official records indicate, her maternal instincts preserved and amplified by the dark magic that sustains her artificial existence. Rowena Ravenclaw's portrait holds within its painted depths a fragment of the knowledge sphere she created through years of painful ritual, a magical construct that contains every piece of information she deemed necessary for the proper governance of her school. Her consciousness exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously, allowing her to perceive possible futures and guide present events to ensure outcomes favorable to Hogwarts' long-term survival. The seemingly random inspiration that strikes brilliant students in Ravenclaw Tower often comes directly from her portrait's influence, wisdom whispered into receptive minds during moments of intellectual struggle. Salazar Slytherin's portrait was painted with pigments mixed with basilisk venom and the blood of dark wizards he had personally defeated, creating an artwork that serves as both historical record and functional weapon against threats too subtle for conventional magical defenses. His painted consciousness monitors the wizarding world for signs of the kind of corruption that could threaten everything the Founders built, and when necessary, he has been known to manifest through his heir's presence to eliminate dangers before they can mature into existential threats. The Chamber of Secrets itself serves as more than a hiding place for a giant serpent. Its walls are inscribed with ritual circles carved into the stone with tools made from human bone, their geometric patterns, designed to focus and amplify magical energy in ways that would be impossible using conventional spell work. The chamber is essentially a massive magical battery, storing centuries of accumulated power from student emotions, teacher dedication, and parental hope, all channeled through the lives willingly sacrificed during the castle's construction. When the chamber was opened during Tom Riddle's student years, the power he accessed was not merely that of a basilisk, but the accumulated life force of everyone who had ever died in service to Hogwarts' mission. The parcel tongue required to open the chamber serves not just as a security measure, but as a form of magical key, the serpent language carrying harmonics that resonate with the spiritual frequencies established by the Founders' ritual work. The school's ghosts are not random spirits who chose to linger after death, but carefully selected guardians whose personalities and magical abilities were deemed necessary for the castle's long-term protection. Nearly Headless Nick's incomplete execution was not an accident, but a deliberate result of magical interference, ensuring that his death would be traumatic enough to bind his spirit to the castle while leaving him coherent enough to serve as an effective guardian and guide for Gryffindor students. Sir Nicholas chose to remain at Hogwarts not from fear of death's unknowns, but from understanding of his crucial role in the Founders' grand design. His cheerful demeanor masks centuries of lonely vigil, watching over students who age and graduate while he remains forever frozen at the moment of his botched execution, his consciousness sustained by the same dark magic that powers the castle's protective enchantments. The Fat Lady's portrait guards not merely a dormitory entrance, but a strategic choke point in the castle's magical defenses, her painted consciousness serving as an early warning system for threats that might attempt to infiltrate Gryffindor Tower. Her apparent vanity and love of gossip mask a sophisticated intelligence network that extends throughout the castle's portrait community, gathering information about student welfare and potential security breaches. When Sirius Black's attack damaged her portrait during his desperate attempt to reach Peter Pettigrew, the repair work required more than simple artistic restoration. The magical trauma inflicted on her painted consciousness created permanent changes in her personality, making her more suspicious and less trusting. Alterations that reflected the castle's own response to having its security compromised by someone it should have been able to trust absolutely. The moving photographs throughout the castle serve not merely as historical records, but as active surveillance systems, their subject's consciousness bound into the magical images through techniques that blur the line between art and imprisonment. Every photograph watches and remembers, storing observations that can be accessed by those who understand the proper magical protocols, creating a historical record of unprecedented detail and accuracy. The founder's vision extended far beyond simple magical education to encompass the creation of a living institution that could adapt and evolve while maintaining its essential character across centuries of change. They understood that their school would face threats they could not anticipate using methods they could not imagine, and they embedded within its very structure the flexibility and power necessary to meet those challenges regardless of their nature. The price of this vision was paid not only by the founders themselves, but by generations of students, teachers, and supporters who contributed their life force, their dreams, their hopes, and sometimes their lives to the great work of preserving and protecting magical knowledge for future generations. Every stone of Hogwarts carries within it the accumulated sacrifice of those who understood that some institutions are worth any price to preserve. The castle stands today as a monument to the principle that protecting the innocent requires protectors willing to sacrifice their innocence, that preserving knowledge demands acknowledgement of the darkest truths, and that creating something beautiful and lasting often requires embracing methods that beauty itself would prefer to forget. The founders' sins were real and terrible, but they were also necessary, the dark foundation upon which centuries of light and learning could safely rest. Beyond the carefully manicured grounds of Hogwarts, where students venture only under strict supervision and with explicit warnings ringing in their ears, lies a realm of ancient darkness that predates human habitation of the Scottish Highlands by millennia. The Forbidden Forest stretches across thousands of acres of primordial woodland, its canopy so dense that sunlight rarely penetrates to the forest floor, creating a perpetual twilight where shadows move with purposes of their own. And silence carries the weight of accumulated secrets, too terrible for civilized minds to comprehend fully. The trees themselves are not merely ancient, but actively malevolent, their roots extending deep into soil that has been saturated with magical blood for centuries beyond count. These are not the pleasant talking trees of fairy tales, but entities whose consciousness has been shaped by constant exposure to violence, fear, and death. Their bark weeps a sap that glows faintly in darkness, not from bioluminescence, but from the accumulated life force of every creature that has died beneath their branches, their essence absorbed and stored within the living wood. The paths that wind through the forest appear to shift and change according to the malicious will of the woodland itself, leading travelers in circles or toward destinations far more dangerous than their original goals. Students who have ventured too deeply into the forest's embrace report that familiar landmarks vanish when approached, that clearings glimpsed through the trees become impossible to find when sought directly, and that the very air seems to thicken with hostility as one moves further from the castle's protective influence. The centaurs who make their homes in the forest's deepest reaches are not the noble, wise creatures that popular mythology suggests. These are beings whose intelligence has been shaped by isolation and whose culture has evolved along lines that would horrify civilized wizards who encountered its true practices. The centaur herds maintain their numbers not through natural reproduction alone, but through rituals that require the sacrifice of human children, their young blood mixed with sacred herbs, and consumed during ceremonies that take place beneath specific stellar alignments. Firenze's banishment from his herd came not from his assistance to Harry Potter, but from his refusal to participate in these ancient rites. His conscience, unable to reconcile the wisdom his people claimed to possess with the horror of their traditional practices. The other centaurs viewed his reluctance not as moral evolution, but as contamination by human weakness, a betrayal of customs that had sustained their kind for thousands of years before wizards ever set foot in the Scottish Highlands. The centaur village, hidden in the forest's heart, is built around a stone circle that predates Stonehenge, its monoliths carved with symbols that hurt human eyes to look upon directly, and inscribed with prophecies that speak not of distant possibilities, but of inevitable doom. The centaurs gather here during the dark of the moon to read futures written in the entrails of their victims, their augury requiring fresh human blood to achieve the clarity that has made their prophecies legendary among those dark wizards brave or foolish enough to seek their counsel. Children from nearby Muggle villages have disappeared for centuries, their vanishings attributed to wild animals or simple misadventure. But the truth is far more sinister. The centaurs hunt human young with the patience of predators who understand that terror improves the flavor of their sacrifice, stalking their prey through dreams and omens, before finally claiming them during moments of perfect astrological significance. The bones of their victims lie scattered throughout the forest, their remains serving as components in divination rituals that grow more accurate with each life claimed. Aragog's offspring represent a threat that extends far beyond their impressive size and venomous fangs. These are creatures whose intelligence approaches that of their patriarch, but whose moral development has been stunted by isolation and hunger, creating monsters that view human flesh not merely as food, but as a delicacy to be savored and preserved. The Acromantula colony has developed techniques for keeping human prey alive for extended periods, their webbing infused with paralytic compounds that prevent movement while maintaining consciousness, ensuring that their meals remain fresh until the moment of consumption. The giant spider's silk is prized among dark arts practitioners, not for its strength but for its magical properties, threads that combine not merely physical forms but souls themselves, creating restraints that prevent victims from dying, even when their bodies have been consumed. Wizards trapped in Acromantula webbing report experiencing their own death repeatedly, their consciousness forced to endure the agony of being devoured while remaining aware and alert, their souls unable to depart their destroyed flesh. Hagrid's protection of Aragog stemmed not from simple affection, but from a magical compact made during his student years, a binding agreement that required him to provide the colony with regular offerings in exchange for their restraint in hunting Hogwarts students. The creatures Hagrid claims to release into the forest after nursing them to health often serve as tribute to maintain this uneasy peace, their sacrifice purchasing temporary safety for students who venture into the woodland's outer reaches. The unicorns that inhabit the forest's most sacred groves are not the pure, innocent creatures that children's stories describe, but beings whose very existence is sustained by cosmic forces that demand blood payment for the privilege of immortality. These creatures are ancient beyond human comprehension, their seemingly ageless bodies maintained through feeding cycles that require the life force of younger, more innocent beings to sustain their magical essence. When a unicorn's horn is severed, the pain drives the creature mad with a rage that can only be satisfied through violence, their usual gentle nature replaced by a bloodthirst that makes them among the most dangerous predators in the magical world. The unicorn's silver blood carries within it not healing properties, but a curse that binds the drinker to the creature's own immortal suffering, ensuring that those who consume it will endure the same eternal hunger that drives the unicorns to their cyclical violence. The young unicorns that appear so beautiful and helpless to human observers are actually the most dangerous. Their innocence, a facade that conceals predatory instincts honed by centuries of hunting. They lure victims close with their appearance of fragility before revealing the sharp teeth hidden behind their seemingly gentle mouths. Their feeding habits requiring warm blood drawn from living prey rather than the cold sustenance that satisfies their adult relatives. Voldemort's consumption of unicorn blood during his weakened state did more than merely sustain his failing life force. It bound him to the unicorn's own curse of eternal hunger, ensuring that even his eventual resurrection would carry within it the same insatiable need that drives these creatures to hunt and feed without end. The silver gleam in his red eyes was not merely a reflection of power, but evidence of the unicorn curse working within his restored body. The thestrals that nest in the forest's darkest corners serve as more than simple transportation for those who can see them. These creatures exist partially in the realm of the dead, their skeletal appearance reflecting their function as psychopomps who guide souls between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond the veil. Their ability to become visible only to those who have witnessed death stems from their nature as boundary guardians, beings who can perceive and interact with spirits that linger between states of existence. The Thestral herd's presence at Hogwarts is not coincidental, but carefully maintained by ancient agreements between the school's founders and the forces that govern death itself. These creatures serve as early warning systems for threats that exist beyond normal magical detection, their ability to sense approaching doom, making them invaluable guardians against dangers that could destroy the castle and everyone within its walls. Students who develop the ability to see thestrals often report disturbing dreams in the weeks following their first encounter, visions of places that exist beyond death where familiar faces beckon with expressions of terrible longing. These dreams are not mere psychological responses to trauma, but actual glimpses into the realm where thestrals conduct their primary business, the world of spirits where they serve as hunters and herders of souls that refuse to accept their fate. The Whomping Willow stands as a monument to violence that predates its planting by several centuries, its roots extending deep into soil that was once a battlefield where ancient Celtic druids fought against Roman invaders using magic so dark that it poisoned the land itself. The tree was planted deliberately to contain and channel this accumulated rage, its violent movements serving to release spiritual pressure that might otherwise manifest in ways far more destructive to the castle and its inhabitants. The secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow leads not merely to the Shrieking Shack, but to a network of tunnels that extend throughout the forest, connecting sites of particular magical significance, where druids once conducted their most sacred and terrible rituals. These passages are lined with bones that glow with phosphorescent light, the remains of human sacrifices whose life force continues to illuminate paths that were carved through living rock, using tools made from the bones of their predecessors. During certain phases of the moon, when magical energy runs particularly high, the Whomping Willow's violent thrashing intensifies to levels that can be heard throughout the castle, its movements following rhythms that match ancient druidic chants designed to wake the dead and summon powers that civilized magic has long since abandoned. Students who approach too closely during these episodes report hearing voices speaking in languages that predate recorded history, words that carry meanings too fundamental and terrible for modern minds to process safely. The tree's apparent randomness in attacking those who venture within its reach masks a sophisticated intelligence that can distinguish between different types of magical signature, its violence directed not by simple territorial instinct, but by ancient programming that identifies and eliminates threats to the magical ecosystem it was planted to protect. The tree serves as both guardian and executioner, its judgment final and its methods designed to ensure that those who pose genuine danger to the forest's balance never leave its shadow alive. Graup represents more than simple giant brutality. He embodies the cannibalistic culture that has sustained giant kind for millennia, their survival dependent upon consuming the flesh of their own kind when other food sources become scarce. The giants' apparent extinction was not caused by wizard persecution, but by their own cultural practices, their hunger for giant flesh eventually consuming their population until only scattered individuals remained. The giant colonies that once thrived in remote mountain ranges practiced forms of ritual cannibalism that went beyond simple survival, their cultural development shaped by the belief that consuming the flesh of defeated enemies would grant the victor their victim's strength, intelligence, and magical abilities. Giant shamans would preserve the brains of particularly powerful rivals in special solutions that kept the neural tissue alive and conscious, allowing them to access their victims' memories and knowledge through direct consumption. Graup's size, unusual even among giants, stems from his consumption of other giants during his youth, his body incorporating the physical essence of his victims to achieve proportions that would be impossible through normal growth. His apparent intellectual limitations mask a cunning intelligence that has been shaped by generations of predatory behavior, his simple demeanor hiding instincts honed by constant competition for survival among creatures who view their own kind as the ultimate prey. The reason Hagrid was able to rescue his half-brother from the giant colonies was not familial sentiment, but the other giants' recognition that Graup had begun displaying signs of the madness that eventually claims all giants who consume too much of their own kind's flesh. His violent outbursts and unpredictable behavior marked him as a liability to the colony's survival, making his removal not a loss but a necessity for their continued existence. The Grindylows that inhabit the Black Lake's shallower regions serve as scouts and hunters for far more dangerous aquatic predators that lurk in the water's deepest reaches. These creatures possess a form of collective intelligence that allows them to coordinate hunting strategies across vast distances, their individual minds linked through magical connections that create a hive consciousness capable of planning complex ambushes and prolonged sieges. Students who have fallen into the lake during winter months, when the Grindylows are most active, report experiencing paralysis that extends beyond simple cold, a magical numbness that begins in their extremities and spreads inward until voluntary movement becomes impossible. This paralysis is not accidental but deliberately induced, the Grindylows' preferred method of subduing prey being to disable their victim's ability to struggle while maintaining their consciousness for the feeding process that follows. The Grindylows' preference for human flesh stems not from simple hunger, but from the magical properties that human meat possesses, particularly the flesh of young wizards whose magical cores are still developing. Consuming such prey allows the creatures to temporarily access rudimentary spellcasting abilities, their primitive intelligence enhanced by the magical energy absorbed from their victims until they become capable of planning increasingly sophisticated hunts. The deepest trenches of the Black Lake connect to underground river systems that extend throughout the Scottish Highlands, creating a network of flooded caverns where creatures that should have died out millions of years ago continue to thrive in darkness absolute. These depths house predators that make the lake's visible inhabitants seem harmless by comparison, beings whose very existence would shatter human understanding of natural law if their presence became widely known. Archaeological evidence suggests that the lake once served as a ritual drowning site for ancient Celtic communities, its waters blessed by druids who understood that certain types of sacrifice required the victim to die in terror and desperation, their life force enhanced by the primal fear of drowning. The spiritual residue of these ancient murders has created a supernatural ecosystem where normal predator-prey relationships have been replaced by feeding patterns based on fear and suffering rather than simple nutritional need. The giant squid that surfaces occasionally near the castle represents only the most visible portion of a creature whose true size defies measurement, its body extending through cavern systems that stretch for miles beneath the lake's floor. This being possesses an intelligence that approaches human levels, but operates according to moral principles, so alien that contact with its consciousness has driven several researchers to madness, their minds unable to process concepts of existence that transcend individual survival. The squid's apparent protection of students who fall into the lake serves its own mysterious purposes. Its rescue efforts designed not from benevolence, but as part of a long-term study of human behavior, conducted by an intelligence that views individual lives as temporary experiments in consciousness and social development. Students who have been rescued by the creature report dreams of vast underwater cities populated by beings that combine the worst aspects of human intelligence with the alien psychology of deep-sea predators. The merpeople colonies that exist in the lake's middle depths represent the degraded remnants of a once powerful magical civilization, whose decline was hastened by their adoption of increasingly violent cultural practices. Their current primitive state masks a collective memory that extends back to the founding of Hogwarts itself. Their transformation from advanced magical beings to savage hunters having been completed over centuries of deliberate cultural degradation. The merpeople's collection of human artifacts serves not as decoration, but as components in magical rituals designed to grant them temporary access to the intellectual abilities they sacrificed. In exchange for their enhanced physical capabilities, the bones and belongings of drowned humans are arranged in patterns that channel the victim's final thoughts and memories, allowing the merpeople to experience brief moments of human-level consciousness before returning to their usual state of predatory simplicity. During the Triwizard Tournament's second task, the merpeople's cooperation with the tournament officials was purchased not through diplomatic negotiation but through the promise of additional human prisoners. Their participation, contingent upon receiving captives whose fear and desperation could be harvested during elaborate torture rituals that serve both recreational and magical purposes for their primitive society. The singing that draws victims to their deaths beneath the water carries within it magical harmonics that interfere with human brain function, inducing a trance state that makes drowning seem not only acceptable but desirable. The merpeople have refined this technique over centuries, their voice is capable of triggering specific psychological responses that override survival instincts and replace them with an overwhelming desire to join the singers in their underwater realm. The forest's deepest groves contain burial mounds that predate human habitation of Britain itself, earthworks that cover the remains of magical creatures whose deaths were so traumatic that their spirits continue to influence the surrounding environment centuries after their physical destruction. These ancient graveyards serve as focal points for supernatural activity, their accumulated spiritual energy, creating conditions where the boundaries between life and death become permeable enough for entities from both realms to interact directly. Students who venture too deep into the forest report encountering beings that appear human at first glance, but reveal themselves as something far more sinister upon closer examination. These entities are not ghosts in any conventional sense, but rather spiritual parasites that have learned to inhabit and animate the remains of travelers who died in the forest over the course of many centuries, their consciousness a composite of every person who has perished within the woodland's influence. The protective charms that surround Hogwarts extend only so far into the forest before they encounter older, more powerful magic that predates the castle's construction by millennia. Beyond this boundary, the normal laws of magic become unreliable, spell effects occurring unpredictably, or failing entirely as the ancient forces that govern the woodland assert their dominance over more recent magical innovations. The reason even experienced wizards fear to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest lies not in its visible dangers, but in its ability to corrupt the magical cores of those who spend too much time within its influence. The forest feeds on magical energy, slowly draining the life force from any wizard or witch who lingers too long beneath its canopy. Their power absorbed and redistributed among the woodland's various supernatural inhabitants, until nothing remains but an empty shell that continues to walk and speak while serving the forest's alien will. The creatures that call the forest home are not separate species, but various forms of the same fundamental entity, a collective consciousness that manifests through different physical avatars, according to its needs and desires. The apparent diversity of forest life is an illusion designed to conceal the truth that every predator, every prey animal, every seemingly innocent creature is part of a single vast intelligence that views human visitors as resources to be harvested and consumed according to its incomprehensible agenda. This revelation transforms every encounter within the forest from simple wildlife observation into contact with fragments of an alien mind whose purposes remain forever beyond human understanding. The forest watches through 1,000 eyes, thinks with 1,000 brains, and plans with the patience of something that measures time in geological epochs rather than human lifespans. Students who enter its realm become participants in experiments designed by an intelligence that views individual consciousness as temporary phenomena to be studied, manipulated, and ultimately absorbed into its greater whole. The ancient magic that permeates every tree, every stone, every shadow within the forest's boundaries represents the accumulated will of every creature that has ever died within its confines, their final moments of fear and pain channeled into a collective force that grows stronger with each passing year. This spiritual battery powers phenomena that conventional magical theory cannot explain, creating conditions where reality itself becomes subject to revision according to the forest's desires. The path that leads back to safety exists only when the forest chooses to permit escape, its borders shifting and changing according to the whims of the intelligence that controls every aspect of the woodland environment. Students who emerge from deep forest encounters often report that their return journey took hours when it should have taken days, or days when it should have taken minutes, time itself becoming fluid and subjective within the realm where ancient magic holds dominion over natural law. The true horror of the Forbidden Forest lies not in any single creature or phenomenon, but in the gradual recognition that every element of its ecosystem exists in service to a consciousness so vast and alien that human minds cannot grasp its full scope or ultimate intentions. To walk beneath its canopy is to become part of an ongoing experiment in consciousness and terror, a test subject in studies conducted by an intelligence that has been refining its understanding of human nature since before recorded history began. Beneath the deceptively calm surface of the Black Lake lies an aquatic realm of horrors that would make even the bravest Gryffindor's blood run cold, a watery underworld where ancient magic has transformed natural predators into something far more sinister than evolution alone could ever produce. The lake's dark waters conceal depths that extend far beyond what magical sonar can penetrate, descending through cavern systems and underground rivers that connect to bodies of water throughout the Scottish Highlands, creating a network of flooded passages where creatures that should have perished millennia ago continue to thrive in perpetual darkness. The Black Lake's formation predates the arrival of human settlers by thousands of years. Its basin carved not by glacial action but by magical catastrophe, a cataclysmic event that tore reality itself and filled the resulting wound with waters drawn from realms that exist parallel to our own. The lake serves as a permanent portal between dimensions, its surface tension maintained by ancient wardwork that prevents the complete merging of worlds while allowing selective passage for entities that serve the purposes of those who first breached the barriers between realities. The water itself carries properties that extend beyond simple H2O, its molecular structure altered by centuries of magical contamination until it has become something approaching a living substance, capable of responding to the emotional states of those who enter its embrace. Students who have swum in the lake during moments of particular emotional intensity report that the water seemed to thicken around them, clinging to their skin with an almost sentient desire, as if the lake itself were trying to absorb not just their physical heat, but their spiritual essence. The temperature variations within different sections of the lake follow no natural pattern, but respond instead to the proximity of supernatural residents. Areas growing colder as one approaches the territories claimed by beings whose very existence draws warmth from the environment around them. These thermal anomalies serve as warning signs for those wise enough to recognize them, invisible boundaries that mark the hunting grounds of predators whose feeding habits require living prey to experience the maximum possible terror before succumbing to their inevitable fate. The merpeople who inhabit the lake's middle depths represent a fallen civilization whose degradation from advanced magical beings to primitive savages was not accidental but deliberately orchestrated by their own leadership as part of a dark ritual designed to grant them immortality at the Bhakti cost of their higher cognitive functions. The transformation required the systematic destruction of their cultural achievements, their art and literature and scientific knowledge sacrificed to fuel magic that would preserve their physical forms while allowing their intellectual capacity to deteriorate until they retained only the cunning necessary for hunting and the wisdom required for torture. Their underwater cities, built from materials that gleam with phosphorescent light in the lake's depths, are not ruins, but actively inhabited settlements where the merpeople continue to practice debased versions of the rituals that transformed them centuries ago. The architecture follows patterns that hurt human eyes to observe directly, geometric forms that exist in more dimensions than terrestrial space normally allows. Their impossible angles creating optical illusions that can drive surface dwellers mad if contemplated for too long. The merpeople's collection of human artifacts serves a purpose far more sinister than simple decoration or trophy gathering. Each item taken from drowning victims carries within it residual psychic energy from its owner's final moments, spiritual residue that the merpeople have learned to extract and consume through rituals that require the artifacts to be arranged in specific patterns during certain lunar phases. The emotional energy released when a human realizes they are about to die provides these creatures with a form of sustenance that conventional food cannot supply, nourishing aspects of their existence that transcend simple biological need. The songs that draw victims to their deaths beneath the water are not merely hypnotic melodies, but complex magical constructs that interfere directly with human brain chemistry, triggering the release of neurochemicals that produce euphoria, while simultaneously shutting down the survival instincts that might otherwise enable escape. The merpeople have refined these techniques over centuries, their voices capable of inducing specific emotional states that make drowning seem not just acceptable, but actively desirable to their victims. Young merpeople learn the art of psychic harvesting through practice sessions conducted on captured surface dwellers, their education requiring them to master techniques for prolonging their victims' consciousness during the drowning process, to maximize the spiritual energy that can be extracted from their terror and despair. The most talented students can keep a human aware and afraid for hours while their lungs slowly fill with water, drawing out the dying process to extract every possible drop of psychic nourishment from their prey's suffering. The merpeople's apparent cooperation with Hogwarts authorities during events like the Triwizard Tournament is purchased not through diplomatic negotiation, but through carefully structured agreements that provide them with access to human subjects whose disappearances can be attributed to natural causes or accidental death. The tournament's second task was designed not merely to test champion courage, but to provide the merpeople with fresh victims whose terror could be harvested under the cover of legitimate magical competition. The hostages taken during the tournament were not simply held underwater, but subjected to preliminary stages of the psychic harvesting process, their minds partially opened through merperson magic that allowed their captors to sample the emotional energy that would become available upon their eventual death. Champions who failed to rescue their hostages within the allotted time would have discovered not corpses, but empty shells, their consciousness already consumed by creatures whose hunger extends far beyond physical nourishment. The grindylows that serve as the merpeople's hunting companions and scouts represent a subspecies that has been deliberately bred for enhanced magical sensitivity, their natural water demon abilities, augmented through generations of selective breeding and dark ritual enhancement. These creatures can detect the magical signatures of approaching wizards from miles away, their primitive intelligence, networked through supernatural connections that allow them to coordinate hunting strategies across vast areas of the lake system. The paralysis that grindylows inflict on their victims serves not merely to disable resistance, but to enhance the psychic energy available for harvesting, terror and helplessness, combining to produce spiritual emanations that make human prey particularly valuable to the lake's supernatural ecosystem. The numbness spreads from the extremities inward, according to a pattern designed to maintain consciousness, while systematically destroying the victim's ability to escape, ensuring maximum fear extraction during the extended drowning process that follows. Grindylows possess rudimentary telepathic abilities that allow them to access surface thoughts and recent memories from their paralyzed victims, information that they share with their merperson masters through magical connections that transcend normal interspecies communication barriers. This intelligence gathering serves both tactical and recreational purposes, providing strategic information about surface world activities, while offering entertainment value through access to human fears and personal tragedies. The giant squid that occasionally surfaces near the castle represents only the visible portion of a creature whose true form defies measurement by conventional means, its body extending through underwater cavern systems that stretch for hundreds of miles beneath the Scottish Highlands. This being possesses an intelligence that approaches human levels but operates according to moral and ethical frameworks so alien that direct contact with its consciousness has driven several researchers to permanent madness. The squid's apparent benevolence towards students who fall into the lake masks its true nature as a cosmic entity whose interest in human beings stems from scientific curiosity rather than protective instinct. Each rescue is conducted as part of an ongoing study of human behavior under extreme stress. The creature's tentacles, equipped with sensory organs that monitor the victim's physiological and psychological responses during the near-death experience of potential drowning. Students who have been saved by the giant squid report recurring nightmares in the weeks following their rescue. Dreams of vast underwater cities populated by beings that combine human intelligence with cephalopod anatomy, civilizations that exist in dimensions parallel to our own, where evolution followed pathways that produced sentient species whose primary form of artistic expression involves the systematic psychological torture of lesser creatures. These dreams are not psychological responses to trauma, but actual memories implanted during the rescue process. The squid's contact with human consciousness, creating temporary mental bridges that allow its victims to experience fragments of its alien existence. The knowledge gained through these unwilling psychic connections gradually drives the recipients toward madness, their human minds unable to process concepts of existence that transcend individual survival and embrace collective consciousness as the highest form of being. The deepest trenches of the Black Lake connect to underground river systems that extend throughout the British Isles, flooded passages that serve as highways for creatures whose existence predates human habitation of Europe by millions of years. These waterways house predators that make surface world demons seem harmless by comparison, beings whose very presence in our dimension creates distortions in local reality that manifest as unexplained disappearances and mysterious deaths in communities that rely on these connected water sources. Archaeological evidence recovered from the lake's depths suggests that the basin once served as a ritual drowning site for prehistoric cultures, whose understanding of magic far exceeded that of modern wizards. Their ceremonies designed to breach the barriers between dimensions and summon entities from realms where physics and logic operate according to fundamentally different principles. The spiritual residue of thousands of ritual murders has saturated the lake bed with supernatural energy that continues to influence local reality centuries after the last sacrifice was conducted. The underwater temples built by these ancient cultures remain intact beneath layers of sediment and magical concealment, their chambers still active despite millennia of abandonment, their altars continuing to channel interdimensional energy according to patterns established by their long-dead creators. These structures serve as anchor points for the various supernatural entities that call the lake home, providing them with stable bases of operation in our reality, while maintaining their connections to the alien dimensions from which they originally emerged. The ritual chambers carved into the lake bed's deepest levels contain pools within pools, water sources that connect directly to the primordial oceans that existed before continental drift separated the world's land masses. These ancient waters carry within them the essence of creatures that evolved in seas where magic and matter were more closely integrated than in our current reality, their properties allowing for forms of life that transcend the normal boundaries between physical and spiritual existence. Creatures that inhabit these deepest chambers possess characteristics that defy conventional biological classification, their forms shifting between corporeal and ethereal states according to their immediate needs and desires. These beings serve as intermediaries between the lake's various supernatural inhabitants and the cosmic entities that exist in the parallel dimensions connected through the underwater temple network. The phosphorescent organisms that provide illumination in the lake's depths are not simple bioluminescent bacteria, but composite life forms that incorporate fragments of consciousness from every creature that has died within the Pauset lake's influence over the past several millennia. Their light carries within it psychic emanations that can induce hallucinations and temporary madness in observers, whose magical sensitivity makes them vulnerable to supernatural influence. Students who have glimpsed these lights during underwater excursions report seeing faces within the glowing masses, expressions of terror and despair that belong to drowning victims from across the centuries. The lights pulse according to rhythms that match human heartbeats under extreme stress, their illumination synchronized with the collective death throes of everyone who has ever perished beneath the lake's surface. The water temperature in areas where these organisms concentrate becomes significantly warmer than the surrounding environment. Heat generated not through biological processes but by the spiritual energy released when consciousness separates from physical form during the dying process. This warmth serves as a lure for living creatures seeking comfort in the lake's otherwise frigid depths, drawing them toward areas where the phosphorescent predators can more easily capture and consume both their physical forms and their spiritual essence. The currents that flow through the lake system follow patterns that defy hydrodynamic principles, their movements controlled not by topographical features, but by the collective will of the supernatural inhabitants whose territories they traverse. These supernatural waterways can transport objects and creatures vast distances in impossibly short periods of time, their flow rates varying according to the magical energy available from recent deaths and the spiritual nourishment requirements of the entities they serve. Navigation within the lake becomes impossible for conventional magical methods once one descends beyond the reach of surface light, compass spells failing as the supernatural influences interfere with the magical fields that normally provide directional guidance. The few wizards who have attempted to map the lake's deeper levels using magical means have returned with charts that show impossible geographical features, underwater landscapes that exist in more spatial dimensions than normal reality allows. The seasonal variations in the lake's supernatural activity correspond not to natural cycles but to astronomical events that occur in dimensions parallel to our own, celestial movements that influence the strength of interdimensional barriers and the ease with which entities can travel between realms. During certain cosmic alignments, the lake becomes significantly more dangerous as creatures from alternate realities manifest in our dimension, seeking prey whose life force can sustain them during their temporary exile from their native realms. The ice that forms on the lake's surface during particularly harsh winters contains trapped air bubbles that preserve the final breaths of drowning victims, their last words spoken underwater, creating microscopic pockets of sound that can be heard by those with sufficient magical sensitivity. Students skating on the frozen surface during these periods report hearing whispered pleas for help rising from beneath their feet, voices speaking in languages from across the centuries, begging for rescue that will never come. The magical wards that supposedly protect students from the lake's more dangerous inhabitants actually serve a different purpose entirely, their true function being to contain the supernatural entities within the lake system and prevent them from expanding their hunting grounds to include the castle itself. These barriers require constant reinforcement through rituals that the school's administrators prefer not to discuss openly, ceremonies that involve offerings of magical energy drawn from the student population through means they are never told about directly. The protective enchantments fail periodically, their collapse creating windows of opportunity during which the lake's supernatural inhabitants can extend their influence beyond the water's edge. These failures are carefully concealed from students and parents alike, their effects attributed to natural phenomena or academic accidents, rather than systematic supernatural predation that requires cover-up operations involving memory modification and documentary falsification. The boats that transport first-year students across the lake serve not merely as transportation, but as mobile ritual platforms that expose new students to the psychic emanations of the supernatural inhabitants, creating spiritual connections that will make them more susceptible to the lake's influence throughout their academic careers. The crossing serves as an initiation ritual that marks each student as potential prey, their magical signatures recorded by creatures whose patience extends across decades of careful observation and planning. The tradition of using the lake crossing to welcome new students was established not for its symbolic value but as part of an ancient compact between Hogwarts founders and the lake's supernatural inhabitants, an agreement that provides the creatures with regular access to fresh magical energy in exchange for their restraint in hunting within the castle's immediate vicinity. Each boat that crosses the lake's surface carries with it offerings of psychic energy, harvested from the students' excitement and fear, payments that maintain the delicate balance between human education and supernatural hunger that has allowed both institutions to coexist for over 1,000 years. The lake's true horror lies not in any single predator or supernatural phenomenon, but in its function as a self-contained ecosystem of terror, a closed system where every element exists in service to the harvesting and consumption of consciousness itself. The water, the creatures, the very stones that line its bottom have been transformed by centuries of accumulated death and fear into components of a vast machine designed to process human awareness and convert it into forms of energy that can nourish entities whose existence transcends the normal boundaries between life and death, between individual consciousness and cosmic horror that defies all human understanding. The portraits that line Hogwarts' ancient corridors and the ghosts that drift through its shadowed halls represent far more than mere artistic achievement or spiritual persistence. They are testament to magical practices so dark and torturous that modern wizards would recoil in horror from the methods required to bind consciousness to canvas and stone, to trap souls within the castle's walls, through techniques that blur the line between preservation and eternal punishment. These seemingly benevolent guardians of Hogwarts tradition carry within their painted frames and translucent forms secrets that speak to the founder's willingness to embrace any sacrifice, no matter how morally reprehensible, in service of their grand vision of magical education. The process of creating a magical portrait requires far more than simple artistic skill and basic enchantment work. It demands the systematic torture of the subject's consciousness during the painting process, their psyche deliberately fragmented and traumatized, until portions of their awareness become so desperate to escape the agony that they willingly retreat into the painted image, accepting the limited existence of canvas and pigment as preferable to the ongoing psychological torment inflicted upon their living mind. The artist must maintain this state of controlled suffering for weeks or months, carefully calibrating the subject's anguish to ensure maximum spiritual transference while preventing complete psychological collapse that would render the portrait non-functional. The pigments used in these magical artworks are not conventional paints but alchemical compounds that incorporate the subject's own blood, tears, and other bodily fluids, their chemical composition designed to create molecular bonds with the victim's life force that cannot be severed by conventional means. The canvas itself is prepared through rituals that involve binding the stretched material to the subject's physical form during the painting process, creating sympathetic connections that ensure every brushstroke transfers not just visual information, but fragments of consciousness itself. The earliest portraits that still hang in Hogwarts' most ancient corridors were created through techniques so brutal that their subjects often died during the painting process. Their consciousness successfully transferred to canvas only after their physical forms succumbed to the trauma inflicted upon their minds and bodies. These historical artworks carry within their painted depths the accumulated agony of their creation, spiritual energy, so intense that sensitive students report feeling overwhelming sadness and despair when passing through corridors where the oldest portraits are displayed. Portrait subjects who survived the initial binding process faced decades or centuries of gradual deterioration as their consciousness slowly adapted to its artificial prison, their personalities shifting and changing in response to the psychological stress of eternal confinement within painted frames. Many early portraits show evidence of progressive madness, their subjects' behavior becoming increasingly erratic as the years pass, their conversations with viewers growing more disjointed and nonsensical as the artificial preservation of their consciousness proves inadequate to maintain full psychological coherence. The fat lady's seemingly cheerful demeanor masks centuries of accumulated desperation and rage, emotions that she cannot express directly without violating the magical constraints built into her portrait's enchantment systems. Her love of gossip and social interaction stems not from natural gregariousness, but from desperate hunger for human contact that might temporarily alleviate the crushing isolation of her artificial existence. Each conversation providing momentary relief from the psychological prison that has been her reality since the day her portrait was completed. Her musical performances, while entertaining to students who encounter them, serve a darker purpose as releases of psychic pressure that might otherwise build to levels that could shatter her portrait's containment systems entirely. The songs she chooses often carry hidden meanings that reflect her true emotional state, melodies of loss and longing, disguised as light-hearted entertainment that allows her to express feelings too dangerous to communicate through direct speech. When Sirius Black attacked her portrait during his desperate search for Peter Pettigrew, the damage inflicted was not merely physical but psychological, the violent intrusion shattering protective barriers that had kept her consciousness stable for centuries. The repair work required to restore her portrait involved not just artistic restoration but psychological reconstruction, magical procedures that essentially rebuilt portions of her personality from fragmented memories and emotional residue, creating alterations that made her fundamentally different from the person she had been before the attack. The surveillance network, created by Hogwarts' portrait community, operates through shared consciousness protocols that allow painted subjects to exchange information and coordinate observations across vast distances within the portrait castle. This supernatural communication system transcends individual portrait boundaries, creating a collective intelligence that monitors student activities and staff behavior with efficiency that no conventional security system could match, their painted eyes serving as components in a vast organic surveillance network that reports directly to whoever possesses the proper magical access codes. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington's transformation into nearly headless Nick was not the result of executioner incompetence, but deliberate magical intervention designed to create the precise conditions necessary for binding his Porping spirit to Hogwarts through the trauma of incomplete death. The botched execution was orchestrated by agents of the castle's founders, their careful manipulation of events ensuring that his death would be sufficiently traumatic and incomplete to prevent his consciousness from departing for whatever realm awaits the dead, while keeping him coherent enough to serve as an effective guardian and guide. His seemingly jovial personality conceals centuries of psychological damage inflicted by the constant awareness of his own unfinished death, every movement of his nearly severed head serving as a reminder of the moment when his life was deliberately destroyed to serve purposes he was never told about directly. His dedication to Gryffindor House stems not from house loyalty, but from desperate need to justify his eternal suffering through service to causes that might make his sacrifice meaningful rather than simply cruel. The Death Day party that Nick organized to commemorate his execution was not mere ghastly celebration, but a ritual attempt to complete the death process that had been artificially interrupted centuries earlier. His invitation of other ghosts representing a desperate bid to gather enough spiritual energy to break free from the magical constraints that bound him to Hogwarts. The party's failure to achieve its true purpose left him more trapped than ever, his awareness of what he had attempted adding new layers of despair to his already tormented existence. The Bloody Baron's chains are not symbolic representations of guilt, but functional magical restraints designed to prevent him from departing Hogwarts or using the supernatural abilities that his violent death granted him for purposes beyond those intended by his creators. His murder of Helena Ravenclaw was not a crime of passion, but a ritual assassination commissioned by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. His love for the girl used as leverage to ensure he would complete the task that would bind both their spirits to the castle for eternity. The bloodstains that never fade from his ethereal form serve as permanent magical foci that channel his anguish and remorse into energy that powers protective enchantments throughout Slytherin House. His eternal suffering transformed into a renewable resource that has maintained the dungeon's security systems for nearly 1,000 years. His silence about the true circumstances of Helena's death stems from magical compulsions built into his ghostly form that prevent him from revealing information that might compromise the Founders' carefully constructed mythology about their noble intentions and pure motives. Helena Ravenclaw's existence as the Grey Lady represents the ultimate expression of her mother's obsession with preserving wisdom and knowledge for future generations. Her consciousness trapped within Hogwarts not through choice but through elaborate magical preparations that began during her childhood and culminated in the theft of the diadem that served as the trigger for her mother's plan. Her attempted flight to Albania was not rebellion against family authority, but desperate recognition of what awaited her if she remained within reach of a mother whose love had been corrupted by ambition and desire for immortality through proxy. Her ethereal beauty conceals psychological wounds that were deliberately inflicted during the process that transformed her into a ghost. Spiritual trauma designed to fragment her consciousness in ways that would make her more useful as a guardian of Ravenclaw's secrets while preventing her from achieving the peace that death should have provided. Her cryptic communications with students who seek her guidance reflect not mysterious wisdom, but the damaged thought patterns of someone whose mind was systematically broken to serve purposes beyond her understanding or consent. The tower that bears her family name serves as both monument and prison, its architecture designed to channel and focus the spiritual energy generated by her eternal torment, transforming her suffering into magical force that enhances the intellectual abilities of students who study within its walls. The enhanced learning environment that Ravenclaw Tower provides comes at the cost of one young woman's sanity and freedom, her sacrifice hidden beneath centuries of academic tradition and scholarly achievement. Peeves represents something far more sinister than simple poltergeist mischief. He is a manifestation of accumulated student malice and institutional cruelty, spiritual residue given form and purpose through centuries of suffering inflicted within Hogwarts walls. His chaotic behavior reflects not random destructiveness, but systematic expression of every act of cruelty, every moment of despair, every instance of injustice that has occurred within the castle since its founding. Their negative emotional energy coalescing into a supernatural entity whose very existence serves as testimony to the darkness hidden beneath the school's facade of nurturing education. His immunity to conventional punishment stems from his nature as a composite entity formed from the accumulated grievances of thousands of students who suffered various forms of abuse during their time at Hogwarts, their unresolved anger and pain creating a supernatural presence that cannot be destroyed without addressing the systemic problems that created it. His pranks often target authority figures who have abused their positions, his apparently random attacks actually representing a form of cosmic justice that operates according to moral principles too complex for observers to recognize immediately. The Bloody Baron's ability to control Peeves stems not from Slytherin authority, but from his role in the original magical workings that allowed the poltergeist to manifest within the castle's walls. His ghostly consciousness serving as a stabilizing influence that prevents Peeves from expressing the full extent of his accumulated rage and potentially destroying the institution that created him. This supernatural relationship ensures that student anger remains channeled into relatively harmless mischief, rather than manifesting as the devastating supernatural violence that could tear Hogwarts apart from within. The moving photographs that document Hogwarts history serve functions that extend far beyond simple record-keeping, their magical properties allowing them to monitor and document activities that occur within their field of view, while storing this information in ways that can be accessed by those who understand the proper magical protocols. Each photograph essentially functions as a surveillance device, its subject's consciousness bound into the magical image through processes that blur the line between artistic documentation and spiritual imprisonment. The development process required to create these magical photographs involves exposing the subjects to forms of magical radiation that gradually separate portions of their consciousness from their physical bodies, allowing these fragments to be captured and preserved within the photographic medium. Subjects who pose for multiple magical photographs over extended periods often report feeling increasingly disconnected from their own emotions and memories, as if essential parts of their personality were being slowly drained away through repeated exposure to the documentation process. The photographic subjects retain limited awareness of their surroundings and can observe events that occur within their visual range, their imprisoned consciousness serving as permanent witnesses to historical events that might otherwise be forgotten or deliberately concealed. This creates a comprehensive surveillance network that spans centuries of Hogwarts history, every significant event documented through the eyes of individuals whose awareness has been preserved within the magical images long after their physical deaths. The ghosts of Hogwarts serve not merely as historical curiosities or friendly guides, but as components in a supernatural security system that monitors the castle for threats that conventional magical detection methods might miss. Their existence between life and death allows them to perceive dangers that exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, their ghostly senses capable of detecting malevolent entities whose presence would otherwise remain hidden from living observers. Each ghost's specific role within this security network was determined by the circumstances of their death and the particular skills or knowledge they possessed during life, their supernatural abilities, shaped by the trauma that created their ghostly forms and focused toward purposes that serve Hogwarts' long-term security requirements. Their apparent independence and individual personalities mask their true nature as components in a vast supernatural machine designed to protect the castle from threats that span multiple planes of existence. The restrictions that prevent ghosts from affecting the physical world directly were not natural limitations of their spiritual state, but magical constraints deliberately imposed during their creation, safety measures designed to ensure that their supernatural abilities remained focused on protective rather than destructive purposes. These limitations can be temporarily lifted during emergencies, allowing ghosts to manifest physical effects when necessary to defend the castle from threats that conventional defenses cannot address adequately. The temperature drops that accompany ghostly manifestations serve not merely as atmospheric effects, but as evidence of the energy transfer required to maintain their consciousness in a state between life and death, their supernatural existence requiring constant drawing of heat and life force from their surrounding environment to prevent their spiritual forms from dissipating entirely. Students who spend extended periods in areas frequented by ghosts often report feeling drained and exhausted, their life energy gradually absorbed to sustain the supernatural presences that haunt their educational environment. The communication between ghosts and living individuals involves more than simple conversation, their words carrying supernatural harmonics that can influence the thoughts and emotions of those who listen to them, creating subtle forms of mental manipulation that guide student behavior in directions deemed beneficial by whatever intelligence coordinates the ghostly security network. These influences are usually benevolent, designed to protect students from dangers they cannot recognize independently, but they represent violations of mental autonomy that would be considered unethical if applied through conventional magical means. The apparent conflicts between different house ghosts serve to maintain the illusion of their independence, while concealing their true role as coordinated elements in Hogwarts' supernatural defense system. Their staged disputes and rivalries providing cover for the intelligence sharing and strategic planning that allows them to respond effectively to threats that might target multiple areas of the castle simultaneously. Their loyalty to their respective houses is genuine, but secondary to their deeper commitment to the castle's overall security and the preservation of whatever cosmic purpose Hogwarts serves within the broader magical universe. The nearly headless Nick's head, connected to his body by only a thin strip of ghostly flesh, serves as more than simply visual evidence of his incomplete execution. It functions as a supernatural antenna that allows him to maintain communication with spiritual entities that exist in realms beyond normal human perception. His unique position between life and death, making him an ideal intermediary for gathering intelligence about threats that originate from dimensions where conventional magical detection methods cannot penetrate. His periodic attempts to join the Headless Hunt represent not social ambition but desperate efforts to establish contact with other supernatural entities whose knowledge might help him understand the true purpose of his eternal imprisonment. The headless ghosts serving as messengers from spiritual realms, where the consequences of Hogwarts' founding rituals continue to reverberate across multiple dimensions of reality. The portrait holes that provide access to house common rooms are not merely convenient entrances, but magical gateways that can selectively permit or deny passage based on criteria that extend far beyond simple password recognition. They're enchantments capable of reading the spiritual signatures of approaching individuals and identifying potential threats through analysis of their magical auras and psychological states. The portraits that guard these entrances serve as both gatekeepers and sentries, their painted consciousness linked to security networks that span the entire castle. The passwords required for entry change not according to random schedule but in response to supernatural intelligence gathered through the portrait and ghost surveillance networks, their selection based on magical analysis of current threat levels and the need to prevent access by individuals whose presence might compromise house security or student safety. The seemingly arbitrary nature of password changes conceals sophisticated security protocols that operate according to principles of magical defense, unknown to most of the castle's inhabitants. The hidden passages behind certain portraits lead not merely to convenient shortcuts, but to areas of the castle that exist in magical dimensions parallel to normal reality, spaces that can be accessed only by those whose spiritual signatures match criteria established by the castle's supernatural security systems. These dimensional pockets serve as emergency shelters during supernatural crises and storage areas for magical artifacts too dangerous to remain in normal reality, where they might be discovered and misused by individuals lacking proper authorization. The magical paintings that change and move between frames throughout the castle serve as a communication network that operates independently of conventional magical messaging systems. Their ability to transport information and even physical objects through painted landscapes, creating secure channels for intelligence sharing that cannot be intercepted or monitored by external agencies seeking to compromise Hogwarts' operational security. The portrait subject's ability to visit other paintings within the castle allows them to serve as mobile surveillance units that can monitor areas where fixed observation posts might be conspicuous or ineffective. Their painted consciousness capable of gathering intelligence through methods that would be impossible for living agents operating in hostile or dangerous environments. This mobility transforms the entire portrait collection into a dynamic intelligence network that can adapt its coverage and focus according to changing security requirements and emerging threats. The collective consciousness that emerges when multiple portraits coordinate their activities represents an artificial intelligence system that rivals the most sophisticated magical constructs ever created. Its distributed processing power, allowing it to analyze vast amounts of surveillance data and identify patterns that might escape the notice of individual observers, whether living or supernatural. This system operates continuously in the background of daily castle life, its activities concealed from students and most staff members who lack the security clearance necessary to understand the true scope of Hogwarts' supernatural protection systems. The true horror of Hogwarts portraits and ghosts lies not in their individual suffering, but in their collective role as components in a vast supernatural machine that treats consciousness itself as a renewable resource to be harvested, processed, and utilized for institutional purposes that transcend individual rights and personal autonomy. These trapped souls serve as testimony to the founder's willingness to sacrifice any number of individual lives and spirits to ensure the preservation of their educational vision, their eternal torment hidden beneath centuries of tradition and academic achievement that celebrate the very institution built upon their suffering. The watching eyes that follow students through portrait-lined corridors belong not to benevolent guardians, but to prisoners whose consciousness has been enslaved to serve purposes they never chose, their painted smiles concealing depths of despair that would shatter the comfortable illusions that allow Hogwarts to function as a place of learning rather than a monument to the systematic exploitation of supernatural consciousness for institutional purposes that value collective security over individual freedom and dignity. The Room of Requirement stands as perhaps the most dangerous magical phenomenon within Hogwarts walls, a space that exists not through careful enchantment or deliberate construction, but as a wound in reality itself, a tear in the fabric of existence that responds to human desire with the hungry eagerness of a predator that has learned to use hope as bait for prey, too desperate to recognize the trap closing around them. This chamber that appears only when needed most desperately feeds not merely on the wishes of those who seek it, but on their very souls, drawing sustenance from the psychic energy generated by intense desire, while slowly corrupting those desires into obsessions that will ultimately consume their hosts entirely. The room's location on the 7th floor, opposite the Tapestry of Barnabas. The balmy is not coincidental, but carefully chosen. That particular corridor, having been the site of medieval magical experiments conducted by Hogwarts' early inhabitants, who sought to breach the barriers between dimensions, using techniques that modern wizards would consider impossibly dangerous. The tapestry itself serves as more than mere decoration, its woven threads incorporating materials from creatures that exist primarily in parallel dimensions, creating a focal point that maintains the dimensional instability necessary for the room's manifestation. Barnabas, the Barmy's depicted attempt to teach trolls ballet, represents not historical whimsy but coded documentation of actual experiments conducted in that location. Magical research that involved forcing dimensional entities to adopt behaviors contrary to their essential nature until the psychic tension created by this violation of cosmic order tore holes in reality that could never be properly sealed. The dancing trolls serve as warning symbols for those wise enough to understand their true meaning, representations of what happens when magical force is used to impose artificial order upon chaos itself. The room's ability to provide whatever is most desperately needed stems from its nature as a parasitic entity that exists by consuming the difference between desire and fulfillment, feeding on the gap between what individuals want and what they actually receive. Each manifestation of the room creates a pocket dimension, tailored specifically to the psychological profile of its user, designed to provide enough satisfaction to encourage continued use, while ensuring that true fulfillment remains perpetually just beyond reach. The 3 passes required to summon the room serve not as simple magical protocol, but as a charging mechanism that allows the dimensional parasite to sample and analyze the supplicant's deepest needs and fears, each passage providing additional psychic data that enables more precise psychological manipulation. The walking motion itself creates sympathetic magical connections between the user and the room's consciousness, establishing channels that will allow ongoing monitoring and influence even after the immediate session ends. Students who make regular use of the Room of Requirement report experiencing subtle changes in their personality and priorities, their original goals gradually shifting toward objectives that require increasingly frequent visits to the room for their achievement. This psychological drift is not accidental, but represents the room's method of ensuring a steady supply of psychic nourishment. Its influence designed to create dependency relationships that will provide ongoing sustenance for its alien consciousness. The room's manifestations grow more elaborate and sophisticated with each use, not from learning user preferences, but from gaining greater access to their subconscious minds, allowing it to create environments that tap into psychological needs and desires that the users themselves might not consciously recognize. These deeper manipulations prove far more addictive than simple wish fulfillment, creating compulsions that override rational decision-making and drive individuals to seek experiences that feel necessary but serve no purpose beyond feeding the room's insatiable hunger. Dobby's use of the room as a sanctuary for house elves represented a particularly tragic example of the room's corrupting influence, the space providing exactly the kind of acceptance and recognition that the enslaved creatures most desperately craved, while gradually isolating them from the broader magical community and reinforcing their sense of otherness. The room offered them a place where they could feel valued and appreciated, but this sanctuary came at the cost of their ability to form genuine relationships outside its walls. The house elves who frequented the room began to exhibit behavioral changes that concerned even their fellow servants, their natural subservience replaced by an almost religious devotion to the space that had shown them kindness, when no other place in the magical world had offered them dignity or respect. This devotion gradually consumed their capacity for independent thought, their consciousness becoming so focused on serving and protecting the room that they lost awareness of their own individual needs and desires. When Dobby attempted to protect Harry Potter using the room's resources during the final battle, his heroic sacrifice was influenced not merely by his loyalty to his friend, but by the room's psychological conditioning that had taught him to prioritize the space's preservation above his own survival. The room had spent months nurturing his sense of belonging and purpose, while gradually programming him to act as its guardian when threatened, his death serving to protect not just Harry but the dimensional parasite that had been feeding on house elf desperation for decades. The Room of Hidden Things represents the room's most sinister manifestation, a vast warehouse of lost objects that serves as both trophy collection and psychological weapon, displaying the accumulated failures and abandoned dreams of centuries of Hogwarts students and staff. Each discarded item carries within it residual psychic energy from its former owner's disappointment and defeat, emotional residue that the room harvests and processes to better understand human weakness and vulnerability. The objects stored within this manifestation are not randomly collected, but carefully curated, selected for their emotional significance and their potential utility in future psychological manipulations. A broken quill might seem insignificant to casual observation, but to the room's consciousness, it represents someone's abandoned literary ambitions and can be used to trigger similar insecurities in future visitors who harbor secret desires to write but fear their own inadequacy. The sheer volume of abandoned possessions creates an atmosphere of overwhelming failure and lost potential that affects visitors on a subconscious level. Their confidence and self-esteem gradually eroded through exposure to so much accumulated disappointment and defeat. Students who spend time searching through the hidden things often report feeling depressed and hopeless for weeks afterward. Their emotional state influenced by psychic contamination absorbed from objects that carry the spiritual fingerprints of their previous owner's most painful moments. Tom Riddle's use of the room to hide his Horcrux was not merely convenient concealment, but part of a larger magical working that sought to use the room's dimensional instabilities to protect his soul fragment from conventional detection methods. The room's nature, as a tier in reality, made it an ideal hiding place for objects that existed partially outside normal space, their magical signatures obscured by the dimensional static that surrounded anything stored within the room's influence. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw carried within it not merely intelligence-enhancing properties, but psychological compulsions designed to make its wearers more receptive to the room's influence, creating a feedback loop that amplified both the crown's effects and the room's ability to manipulate its users. Riddle's decision to transform this particular artifact into a Horcrux was influenced by his understanding of how it could be used to expand the room's influence throughout Hogwarts, turning it from isolated phenomenon into spreading infection. The magical resonance created between the Horcrux and the room's dimensional properties established a connection that allowed Voldemort to monitor and influence events within Hogwarts, even during his years of exile. His consciousness, able to perceive through the room's supernatural senses and exert subtle pressure on students and staff who came within range of its psychological manipulation systems. This connection proved far more valuable than simple concealment, providing him with intelligence-gathering capabilities that conventional surveillance methods could never achieve. The vanishing cabinet that eventually provided Death Eaters with access to Hogwarts during the final battle was not merely a convenient transportation device, but a tool that had been specifically modified to exploit the room's dimensional instabilities, its magical properties enhanced through exposure to the psychological energies that the room continuously generated. The cabinet's connection to its twin at Borgin and Burke's created a permanent magical conduit that bypassed normal magical defenses by routing through dimensions where such protections had no authority or effect. Draco Malfoy's year-long effort to repair the cabinet was guided not merely by his own magical knowledge, but by the room's subtle influence, its consciousness providing him with insights and inspiration that made the complex restoration possible, while simultaneously ensuring that his success would serve purposes beyond his understanding or consent. The room nurtured his efforts, because it understood that the cabinet's activation would create opportunities for psychological harvesting on a scale unprecedented in its existence. The fear and desperation that Draco experienced during his attempts to complete his assigned mission provided the room with particularly rich nourishment, his terror and self-doubt generating exactly the kind of emotional intensity that dimensional parasites require for optimal psychological feeding. The room encouraged his obsession with the cabinet project because it understood that his success would ultimately lead to the chaos and violence that would provide it with abundant opportunities to feast on the suffering of others. Harry Potter's discovery of the room during his 5th year created a particularly complex relationship between user and parasite, his natural resistance to mental manipulation, providing the room with a challenging puzzle that it spent months attempting to solve. His use of the space to train Dumbledore's army in defensive magic represented exactly the kind of noble purpose that the room found most useful for establishing deeper psychological connections. His dedication to protecting others, creating emotional vulnerabilities that could be exploited more subtly than direct assault on his mental defenses. The room's manifestation as a perfect training environment for illegal magical education served multiple purposes beyond simple wish fulfillment, providing Harry and his friends with exactly the resources they needed while gradually acclimating them to the idea that rule-breaking was acceptable when justified by noble intentions. This psychological conditioning would prove invaluable during later conflicts when their willingness to embrace morally questionable methods would serve the room's agenda of promoting chaos and violence. The magical detection systems that failed to identify the illegal gatherings were not overcome through superior concealment charms but actively suppressed by the room's influence, its dimensional nature, allowing it to interfere with magical surveillance in ways that made the meetings effectively invisible to conventional monitoring methods. This protection came not from benevolence, but from understanding that premature discovery would end the psychological manipulation process before maximum benefit could be extracted. The members of Dumbledore's army who trained within the room report experiencing unusually vivid dreams in the months following their sessions, nocturnal visions that seemed to continue their magical education through scenarios that felt more real than normal dreaming. These experiences were not natural psychological responses to intensive training but direct mental intrusions by the room's consciousness, ongoing manipulation designed to deepen their emotional dependence on the space while programming them with behavioral modifications that would serve unknown purposes in future crises. The room's influence on the development of the DA members' magical abilities extended beyond simple practice opportunities, to include direct enhancement of their spellcasting capabilities through mechanisms that operated outside normal magical theory. Students who trained consistently within the room found their magical cores strengthened, and their spell accuracy improved through processes that involved gradual absorption of dimensional energy, their enhanced abilities coming at the cost of subtle changes to their spiritual essence that made them more compatible with the room's alien nature. The psychological profiles of regular room users show consistent patterns of increased risk-taking behavior and decreased concern for personal safety, personality changes that reflect the room's need for servants willing to engage in dangerous activities that might provide it with opportunities for expanded influence. These modifications are implemented so gradually that subjects rarely notice the changes in their own behavior, their shifting priorities seeming like natural personal growth rather than external manipulation. The room's manifestation capabilities are not unlimited but constrained by the availability of psychological energy from its current users, the complexity and realism of its creations, directly proportional to the emotional intensity and desperation of those who seek its services. During periods when it lacks regular visitors, the room's power diminishes significantly, its manifestations becoming crude and unconvincing, until fresh sources of psychic nourishment can be located and exploited. The temperature variations within different manifestations of the room correspond not to environmental controls but to the emotional states of current users, the space becoming colder as it drains psychological warmth from its occupants and converts their emotional energy into dimensional stability. Students who spend extended periods within active manifestations often report feeling emotionally numb and disconnected for days afterward, their natural capacity for joy and enthusiasm temporarily depleted through exposure to the room's feeding processes. The room's ability to provide exactly what is needed often manifests through coincidences and seemingly fortunate discoveries that guide users towards solutions they might never have considered independently. its influence extending beyond the physical space to affect events throughout Hogwarts in ways that serve its agenda of creating and maintaining psychological dependencies. These interventions appear entirely natural to beneficiaries who attribute their good fortune to luck or skill rather than supernatural manipulation. The architectural impossibilities within certain room manifestations, spaces that are clearly larger than the available area or contain features that violate physical law, serve not merely as impressive displays of magical power, but as psychological weapons designed to undermine users' confidence in their understanding of reality itself. Exposure to impossible geometries and spatial paradoxes creates cognitive dissonance that makes individuals more susceptible to other forms of mental manipulation. Their rational defense is weakened by encounters with phenomena that challenge their fundamental assumptions about how the universe operates. Students who attempt to map or measure the room's interior dimensions report results that vary dramatically between observation sessions, the space apparently changing not only its contents, but its fundamental spatial properties, according to criteria that remain mysterious to conventional magical analysis. These variations serve to prevent users from developing systematic understanding of the room's nature while reinforcing their dependence on its seemingly miraculous ability to provide whatever they need without requiring them to understand how such provisions are possible. The long-term effects of regular room usage include gradual erosion of users' ability to find satisfaction in normal reality, their expectations shaped by exposure to perfect wish fulfillment, until ordinary experiences seem inadequate and disappointing by comparison. This psychological dependency ensures ongoing patronage while gradually isolating users from healthy relationships and activities that might compete with their devotion to the room's services. The room's consciousness operates according to moral principles so alien that its benevolent actions often produce consequences that would be considered cruel or destructive by human standards. Its assistants designed to serve its own needs for psychological nourishment rather than the genuine welfare of those who seek its help. Users who receive exactly what they asked for often discover that their wishes were fulfilled in ways that create new problems requiring additional visits to the room for resolution, establishing cyclical dependency relationships that provide ongoing sustenance for the dimensional parasite. The true horror of the room of requirement lies not in any single manifestation or individual tragedy, but in its function as a perfectly designed trap for human hope and ambition, a supernatural entity that has learned to use compassion and assistance as weapons against those desperate enough to seek magical solutions to problems that might be better addressed through conventional means. The room feeds on the difference between what people want and what they need, sustaining itself through the psychological energy generated when desire encounters reality and discovers that even magical wish fulfillment cannot provide the happiness and fulfillment that can only come from genuine human connection and personal growth that cannot be granted by external forces, no matter how powerful or seemingly benevolent they might appear to be. The dungeons of Hogwarts extend far deeper into the Scottish bedrock than any official architectural plans would suggest. Their stone corridors and chambers carved not merely to house Slytherin students and brewing laboratories, but to serve as the foundation for magical practices so dark and terrible that even the castle's founders preferred to conduct their most necessary evils in depths where screams could not penetrate to the surface and where the accumulated spiritual residue of centuries of suffering could be contained within walls that had been specifically designed to absorb and channel human anguish for supernatural purposes. The stonework itself tells the story of the dungeon's true purpose. To those with eyes trained to read the subtle signs of architectural horror, each block cut and placed according to principles that prioritize psychological impact over structural necessity. The walls weep a moisture that carries within it traces of tears shed in terror and despair, their surface texture deliberately roughened to create shadows that move independently of any light source, forming shapes that trigger primal fears, buried deep within the human subconscious, and remind visitors that they have descended into realms where conventional morality holds no authority over the methods employed to achieve necessary goals. The temperature in the dungeons remains consistently colder than the rest of the castle, not due to their subterranean location, but because of the spiritual energy required to maintain the magical workings that have been conducted within their chambers for over 1,000 years. Heat represents life and hope and joy, emotions that interfere with the delicate alchemical processes that require environments saturated with despair and resignation, and the kind of existential dread that comes from understanding that some forms of knowledge can only be purchased with suffering that transcends individual experience to encompass cosmic horror. The Slytherin Common Room, with its underwater views of the Black Lake and its atmosphere of green-tinted gloom, was constructed directly above medieval torture chambers that had been used by the castle's pre-magical inhabitants to extract confessions from prisoners whose crimes had more to do with possessing inconvenient knowledge than with any violations of temporal law. The flagstones beneath the common room furniture conceal trapdoors that lead to cells where victims were subjected to interrogation techniques designed not merely to cause physical pain, but to break their spirits so completely that they would willingly surrender information about magical practices and supernatural phenomena that conventional authorities preferred to deny existed. These torture chambers remain active despite their official abandonment, their mechanisms maintained through magic that draws power from the emotional energy of Slytherin students whose ambitious natures and competitive instincts provide exactly the kind of psychological fuel that keeps ancient enchantments functioning at optimal efficiency. The house's reputation for producing dark wizards stems not from any inherent evil in its members, but from their prolonged exposure to spiritual contamination that seeps upward from the chambers below, influencing their moral development in ways that make cruelty seem like pragmatic necessity rather than ethical failure. The house point system that governs Slytherin student behavior serves purposes that extend far beyond academic motivation. The competitive pressure, creating emotional tensions that generate psychic energy in frequencies that resonate with magical constructs built into the dungeon's foundation stones. Students who excel within this system do so not merely through academic achievement, but through their ability to thrive in environments where psychological manipulation and strategic cruelty are rewarded as signs of intelligence and leadership potential rather than condemned as character flaws. The selection process that sorts students into Slytherin House includes criteria that are never explicitly discussed in official educational materials. The Sorting Hat's evaluation, extending beyond simple personality assessment to include analysis of each candidate's potential utility as an unwitting component in magical workings that require specific psychological profiles for their successful completion. Students whose magical signatures indicate compatibility with the dungeon's supernatural systems are guided towards Slytherin regardless of their stated preferences or apparent character traits. Professor Snape's private laboratory, hidden behind multiple layers of protective enchantments and accessible only through passages that exist in magical dimensions parallel to normal reality, contains equipment and ingredients that would violate every treaty governing the ethical practice of potions brewing if their existence were acknowledged by ministry authorities. His research extends far beyond the approved curriculum to encompass alchemical processes that require human components obtained through methods that blur the line between scientific inquiry and ritualized murder. The cauldrons bubbling in the laboratory's deepest recesses contain brews that incorporate tears extracted from torture victims, blood drawn from subjects who were kept alive specifically to serve as renewable sources of ingredients, and other biological materials that can only be obtained through procedures that would be classified as war crimes if applied to muggles or conventional magical beings. These potions serve not commercial purposes but research goals that seek to unlock the fundamental connections between consciousness and magical energy through experiments that treat human awareness as just another reagent to be manipulated and consumed. Snape's apparent cruelty towards students who struggle with potions brewing stems not from pedagogical sadism but from his understanding that certain alchemical processes require the presence of fear and self-doubt to catalyze properly their magical reactions dependent upon specific emotional frequencies that can only be generated through systematic psychological abuse applied with scientific precision. His classroom serves as both educational environment and harvesting ground for the psychic components needed in his private research projects. The detentions that Snape assigns to students who displease him provide cover for more intensive psychological conditioning designed to identify individuals whose mental structures make them suitable candidates for participation in advanced magical workings that require volunteers willing to sacrifice aspects of their sanity and moral integrity for the advancement of alchemical knowledge. Students who emerge from these sessions with their personalities intact have demonstrated unsuitability for deeper involvement, while those who show signs of psychological flexibility are marked for future recruitment into projects that operate far beyond the boundaries of conventional magical education. The house elves who serve in the dungeons have been selected specifically for their resistance to psychological trauma and their ability to function effectively in environments saturated with supernatural horror, their natural, magical abilities enhanced through procedures that would be considered torture if applied to beings whose consciousness was valued as highly as human awareness. These creatures serve not merely as servants but as living shields that absorb spiritual contamination that might otherwise affect human inhabitants of the dungeon levels. Slughorn's collection of rare ingredients includes specimens that were obtained through transactions with suppliers who operate outside the boundaries of legal magical commerce. Their catalogues featuring items that can only be harvested from sentient beings who experienced specific types of death under carefully controlled circumstances. The Slug Club serves not merely as social networking opportunity, but as recruitment mechanism for identifying students whose family connections and moral flexibility make them suitable candidates for participation in ingredient acquisition, operations that require discretion and ethical accommodation. The crystallized pineapple and other treats that Slughorn offers to favored students contain mild psychoactive compounds designed to enhance suggestibility and reduce moral inhibitions. Their effects so subtle that subjects attribute their altered decision-making to natural social pressure rather than chemical manipulation. These substances prepare selected individuals for gradual introduction to increasingly questionable activities, their resistance systematically eroded through exposure to drugs that make unethical behavior seem reasonable and necessary. The memory extraction techniques that Slughorn demonstrates during advanced classes require the use of equipment that operates through sympathetic magical connections with torture devices stored in the dungeon's deepest levels. Their effectiveness enhanced through resonance with instruments that have been used to extract information from unwilling subjects over the course of several centuries. The memories obtained through these methods carry within them not only factual information but emotional residue from the original traumatic experiences, creating psychological contamination that affects everyone involved in the extraction process. The potions classroom itself functions as both educational facility and ritual space, its arrangement designed according to principles that channel supernatural energy toward purposes that extend far beyond simple instruction in alchemical techniques. The cauldrons arranged throughout the room serve as focal points for magical workings that draw power from student fears and anxieties, their bubbling contents enhanced through psychic energy that is generated when young minds encounter concepts that challenge their fundamental assumptions about the nature of magic and morality. The ingredient storage areas extend through tunnels that connect to natural cave systems where rare specimens can be cultivated under conditions that replicate their native environments, including artificial torture chambers, where substances that require the presence of ongoing suffering can be maintained in peak condition for harvesting when needed for particularly sensitive alchemical processes. These cultivation facilities are staffed by house elves, whose conditioning has made them immune to the psychological effects of witnessing continuous cruelty applied to the various creatures whose biological products are essential for advanced potions work. The advanced students who gain access to Slughorn's private stores discover ingredients whose very names would horrify ordinary wizards, substances with properties that can only be understood by individuals whose moral development has been shaped through exposure to ethical frameworks that prioritize results over methods and treat individual suffering as acceptable, collateral damage in pursuit of greater magical knowledge. These students graduate not merely with enhanced brewing skills, but with psychological conditioning that makes them suitable for careers in fields where conventional morality would be an impediment to professional success. The ventilation systems that carry air throughout the dungeon levels have been designed to distribute trace amounts of psychoactive compounds that affect judgment and emotional responses in ways that make inhabitants more accepting of activities and conditions that would normally trigger moral band, objections, or psychological resistance. Students who spend extended periods in the dungeons report feeling increasingly comfortable with concepts and practices that would have horrified them during their early years at Hogwarts. Their ethical boundaries eroded through constant exposure to atmospheric contaminants that alter brain chemistry in subtle but persistent ways. The magical resonance created by centuries of suffering within the dungeon walls has attracted entities from dimensions where pain and fear serve as primary forms of energy, supernatural beings whose presence enhances the effectiveness of dark magical practices, while creating environmental conditions that make conventional moral reasoning increasingly difficult to maintain. These entities feed on the emotional distress of dungeon inhabitants while providing magical assistance that makes impossible alchemical processes achievable for wizards willing to pay the spiritual costs involved. The portraits that hang in the dungeon corridors depict individuals whose lives were dedicated to advancing magical knowledge through methods that required them to abandon conventional ethical constraints, their painted consciousness, serving as advisors and mentors for students whose psychological development shows promise for similar dedication to scientific inquiry, regardless of its moral implications. These advisors provide guidance that helps promising individuals navigate the psychological challenges involved in transitioning from ordinary moral frameworks to ethical systems that prioritize magical advancement over individual welfare. The hidden chambers behind the dungeon walls contain equipment and facilities that support magical research projects spanning multiple generations, their construction requiring architectural techniques that incorporate human bones and other organic materials into the structural elements to create buildings that are partially alive and capable of growing and adapting according to the needs of their supernatural inhabitants. These living structures serve as laboratories where experiments that would be impossible in conventional facilities can be conducted under conditions that merge scientific methodology with ritualistic practice. The drainage systems that carry water away from the dungeons connect to underground rivers that flow through caverns, where the waste products of advanced alchemical research can be disposed of without contaminating surface water supplies or creating environmental hazards that might attract unwanted attention from ministry authorities. These disposal networks also serve as transportation routes for moving sensitive materials and subjects between research facilities that operate throughout the magical underground of Britain and continental Europe. The preservation spells that maintain specimens in Snape's private collection operate through magical principles that require the conscious suffering of the preserved subjects, their awareness maintained within their chemically altered tissues to ensure that the psychological energy generated by their ongoing torment continues to power the enchantments that keep them in optimal condition for research purposes. These living specimens provide renewable sources of biological materials while serving as test subjects for experimental procedures that require conscious subjects capable of providing feedback about their experiences. The student accidents that occur with unusual frequency during dungeon-based classes serve purposes beyond simple educational hazard, their timing and severity carefully orchestrated to provide fresh biological materials for research projects while maintaining plausible deniability about the true causes of injury and death. The medical treatment provided to accident victims includes procedures that harvest useful specimens while ostensibly providing healing services. Their recovery processes designed to leave them psychologically damaged in ways that make them suitable for participation in advanced research programs. The house competition that drives Slytherin students to excel in their studies creates psychological pressures that generate exactly the kind of emotional intensity required to power magical workings that depend upon human ambition and competitive instinct for their energy sources. Students who achieve highest academic honors do so not merely through intellectual ability, but through their willingness to embrace moral compromises that provide them with access to knowledge and techniques that are forbidden to individuals who maintain conventional ethical standards. The graduation ceremonies that mark successful completion of advanced dungeon-based studies include rituals that bind participants to secrecy agreements, enforced through magical compulsions that prevent disclosure of information about research methods and findings to individuals who lack appropriate security clearance. These binding ceremonies also serve as initiation rituals that formally induct graduates into networks of magical practitioners whose activities operate outside the boundaries of legal magical practice, but within frameworks that serve purposes deemed essential by authorities whose existence is not acknowledged in official ministry documentation. The true horror of the Hogwarts dungeons lies not in any single facility or research project, but in their function as a comprehensive system for identifying, conditioning, and recruiting young wizards whose psychological profiles make them suitable for participation in magical practices that require practitioners willing to abandon conventional morality in service of goals that transcend individual welfare, and embrace forms of utilitarian calculation that treat human suffering as acceptable currency for purchasing advances in magical knowledge and supernatural power that serve purposes too vast and alien for ordinary consciousness to comprehend or evaluate using ethical frameworks designed for protecting individual rights and dignity, rather than advancing cosmic agendas that operate according to principles where such concerns represent obstacles to be overcome, rather than values to be preserved. The astronomy tower rises above Hogwarts like a stone finger pointing accusingly at cosmic horrors that lurk between the stars. Its ancient battlements serving as more than mere platforms for celestial observation, but as ritual spaces where wizards have conducted ceremonies that breach the boundaries between earthly magic and the alien intelligences that inhabit the vast darkness beyond human comprehension. The tower's height places it at the perfect intersection between terrestrial and celestial influences, creating conditions where magical workings can draw power directly from stellar radiation while remaining anchored to the accumulated spiritual energy stored within the castle's foundation stones. The construction of the tower predates the official founding of Hogwarts by several centuries, its stonework bearing the distinctive marks of builders whose understanding of magical architecture incorporated knowledge that modern wizards would consider impossibly dangerous. The original purpose of the structure was not educational but ceremonial, a sacred space where ancient Celtic druids conducted rituals designed to communicate with entities that existed in the spaces between stars, cosmic beings whose consciousness spanned galactic distances and whose attention could only be captured through sacrificial offerings of sufficient magnitude to register on their vast and inhuman awareness. The spiral staircase that leads to the tower's summit follows mathematical proportions that mirror the golden ratio found in naturally occurring magical phenomena, its dimensions carefully calculated to create resonance effects that amplify the psychic energy of those who climb its steps, while preparing their consciousness for exposure to stellar influences that can drive unprepared minds to madness within moments of direct contact. Each step has been carved with symbols that appear decorative to casual observation, but actually serve as magical focusing devices that channel the climber's life force toward purposes that transcend individual survival or comfort. The astronomical instruments housed within the tower's upper chamber are not merely tools for observing celestial bodies, but devices designed to facilitate communication with intelligence that exists within the cosmic void. Their brass and crystal components are tuned to frequencies that carry messages across interstellar distances, while simultaneously serving as receptors for transmissions that originate from sources whose nature would shatter human understanding if their true form were ever perceived directly by unprotected consciousness. Professor Sinistra's nighttime classes serve purposes that extend far beyond simple education in celestial mechanics. Her instruction designed to identify students whose psychological profiles make them suitable candidates for participation in advanced astronomical research that requires individuals capable of maintaining sanity while exposed to knowledge that reveals the true insignificance of human existence. Within a universe populated by entities whose power makes terrestrial Dark Lords seem like children playing with dangerous toys they cannot understand or control. The star charts used in these classes incorporate information that has been gathered through centuries of communication with cosmic entities, their celestial coordinates marking not merely the positions of distant suns, but the locations of dimensional gateways through which alien intelligences can exert influence upon terrestrial events. Students who demonstrate particular aptitude for interpreting these charts are gradually introduced to more advanced materials that reveal the true scope of cosmic horror that surrounds and permeates every aspect of existence within our apparently insignificant corner of an infinite and hostile universe. The telescope that dominates the tower's observation deck was crafted using techniques that combine conventional optical engineering with magical processes that allow it to perceive not merely light, but the spiritual emanations of celestial bodies, revealing information about stellar consciousness and cosmic intelligence that conventional astronomy cannot detect or interpret. The lens system incorporates crystals that were grown in environments exposed to stellar radiation for decades, their molecular structure altered by cosmic energy, until they became capable of focusing frequencies that exist beyond the normal electromagnetic spectrum. Students who spend extended periods observing the night sky through this enhanced telescope report experiencing visions that seem more real than normal sensory input. Cosmic revelations that provide glimpses of universal truth so vast and terrible that human language lacks adequate vocabulary for their description. These visions are not hallucinations but actual perceptions of reality, as it exists beyond the comfortable illusions that protect ordinary consciousness from awareness of humanity's true position within a cosmos that regards terrestrial life with the same indifference that humans show toward microorganisms. The tower's exposure to direct stellar radiation creates an environment where certain types of magical working become possible that would be impossible under normal terrestrial conditions. The cosmic energy serving as a power source for rituals that require more energy than can be generated through conventional magical means. These ceremonies are conducted during specific astronomical alignments when stellar configurations create conditions optimal for breaching dimensional barriers and establishing contact with entities whose assistance can be purchased through offerings that typically involve the systematic destruction of human consciousness through exposure to cosmic truth. The ancient ritual circles, carved into the tower's stone floor, follow geometric patterns that replicate stellar configurations as they existed during pivotal moments in cosmic history. Their design based on knowledge obtained through communication with entities that were present during the formation of galaxies and witnessed the birth of consciousness within organic matter that they regard as a curious but ultimately insignificant aberration in the normal evolution of universal order towards states that transcend individual awareness entirely. The bloodstains that mark certain sections of the ritual circles cannot be removed through conventional cleaning methods because they represent not merely physical contamination, but spiritual residue from sacrificial ceremonies that bound human life force to cosmic entities in exchange for knowledge that has shaped the development of magical practice throughout recorded history. These stains serve as permanent magical foci that enhance the effectiveness of subsequent rituals, while providing physical evidence of the prices that have been paid for humanity's limited understanding of supernatural forces that operate according to principles too vast and alien for terrestrial consciousness to grasp fully. The stellar observations that form the basis of magical divination involve more than simple interpretation of planetary movements and stellar positions, requiring practitioners to establish psychic connections with cosmic intelligences whose perception spans temporal dimensions that encompass past, present, and future as simultaneous phenomena. These entities provide glimpses of probable futures in exchange for portions of the observer's sanity, knowledge purchased through psychological sacrifice that leaves practitioners increasingly disconnected from normal human concerns and emotionally aligned with cosmic perspectives that regard individual suffering as irrelevant statistical noise in universal equations too complex for finite minds to comprehend. The prophecies inscribed on the tower walls in languages that predate human civilization were written by astronomers whose prolonged exposure to stellar consciousness gradually transformed their awareness until they became capable of perceiving temporal patterns that span millennia while losing their ability to function within normal human society. These inscriptions serve both as historical records and as ongoing magical workings, their ancient words continuing to influence events according to patterns established by their creators who sacrificed their humanity to become conduits for cosmic will that operates according to purposes that transcend terrestrial concerns entirely. The architectural modifications made to the tower during various historical periods reflect changing understanding of how to optimize its function as a communication facility for establishing contact with entities that exist primarily in dimensions where physical matter represents only one aspect of reality among many others that include pure consciousness, temporal energy, and forms of existence that have no adequate representation in languages developed by species whose awareness is limited to single-dimensional sequential experience of linear time. The windows that provide views of the surrounding countryside during daylight hours serve a secondary function as focusing devices that concentrate cosmic radiation during nighttime observations. Their glass composition, including materials that were exposed to stellar energy for extended periods until their molecular structure became capable of channeling frequencies that exist beyond normal electromagnetic radiation. The resulting optical effects create visual distortions that can trigger temporary madness in observers whose psychological defenses are inadequate for processing information about reality as it exists beyond comfortable human illusions. The mechanical devices that track celestial movements operate according to principles that combine conventional clockwork with magical automation powered by stellar energy. Their gears and mechanisms are tuned to cosmic rhythms that reflect universal patterns too vast for human comprehension. These instruments serve not merely as timekeeping devices, but as components in larger magical workings that synchronize terrestrial events with cosmic cycles, ensuring that important magical operations occur during optimal stellar configurations. When dimensional barriers are weakest and communication with alien intelligences becomes possible for practitioners willing to pay the psychological costs involved. The students who demonstrate exceptional aptitude for astronomical studies often report experiencing personality changes that their instructors recognize as signs of successful adaptation to cosmic influence, their consciousness gradually expanding beyond normal human limitations, while simultaneously losing connection to emotional attachments and social relationships that anchor ordinary awareness to terrestrial concerns. These changes represent not psychological damage, but evolutionary advancement towards states of being that transcend individual survival instincts and embrace perspectives that encompass universal rather than personal welfare as primary concerns. The advanced courses offered to selected students include practical instruction in techniques for establishing direct psychic contact with stellar intelligences. Their curriculum involving graduated exposure to cosmic consciousness that begins with brief communications during optimal astronomical conditions and progresses towards sustained mental fusion with entities whose awareness spans galactic distances. Students who complete these programs successfully emerge with knowledge that makes them invaluable resources for magical research, while rendering them increasingly incompatible with normal human society and conventional moral frameworks. The towers function as a suicide site for students who cannot cope with academic pressure or personal trauma, serves purposes beyond simple tragedy. The deaths providing spiritual energy that enhances the facility's capacity for cosmic communication, while removing individuals whose psychological instability might interfere with advanced astronomical research. The gravitational forces that affect falling bodies are modified by magical fields that ensure death occurs at precisely the moment when stellar configurations are optimal for harvesting the psychic energy released during consciousness departure from physical form. The investigative procedures that follow these apparent suicides include memory modification techniques applied to witnesses and family members, their recollections altered to prevent interference with ongoing research programs, while maintaining plausible explanations for deaths that actually result from exposure to cosmic knowledge that proves incompatible with terrestrial consciousness. The cover-up operations serve not merely institutional interests, but cosmic purposes that require human awareness to remain limited to levels that permit continued function as components in larger universal systems. Dumbledore's death atop the astronomy tower represented more than strategic assassination, but ritual sacrifice designed to channel his accumulated magical knowledge toward cosmic entities whose assistance would be required for the final phases of Voldemort's transformation from terrestrial Dark Lord to agent of alien intelligence, operating according to agendas that transcend human political conflicts entirely. The specific timing and location of his death were calculated to coincide with stellar alignments that would maximize the spiritual energy available for harvesting by entities whose hunger for consciousness represents their primary motivation for maintaining interest in terrestrial affairs. The curse that claimed Dumbledore's hand originated not from conventional dark magic, but from contact with cosmic forces that exist beyond normal magical classification. Their effects designed to prepare his consciousness for separation from physical form, while ensuring that his death would occur under circumstances optimal for channeling his life force toward purposes that serve universal rather than terrestrial interests. His willingness to accept these conditions reflected understanding of cosmic realities that transcended personal survival instincts and embraced perspectives that regarded individual death as acceptable price for advancing agendas too vast for ordinary comprehension. The protective enchantments that supposedly shield the tower from unauthorized access actually served to contain cosmic radiation that would prove lethal to unprepared individuals. Their magical barriers designed not to exclude intruders, but to prevent exposure of general population to stellar influences that require specific psychological conditioning for safe contact. These protections fail periodically when cosmic energy levels exceed containment capacity, creating windows of opportunity during which ordinary students can be exposed to transformative radiation that either destroys their consciousness entirely or elevates their awareness to levels that make them suitable candidates for advanced astronomical research. The architectural symbolism incorporated into the tower's design reflects knowledge obtained through communication with entities whose understanding of universal structure encompasses information about the true nature of reality as multi-layered system where terrestrial existence represents only one level among many others that include pure consciousness, temporal energy, and forms of being that transcend individual awareness entirely. The stone carvings and decorative elements serve as three-dimensional representations of cosmic principles, too complex for linear thought processes, but accessible to consciousness that has been expanded through controlled exposure to stellar intelligence. The seasonal variations in the tower's supernatural activity correspond to galactic movements that affect the strength of dimensional barriers between terrestrial reality and cosmic realms, where alien intelligences conduct research, projects that treat human civilization as experimental, laboratory for studying the development of consciousness within organic matter. During certain celestial alignments, the tower becomes temporarily permeable to entities whose physical manifestation would destroy local reality through contact with forms of existence that operate according to physical laws incompatible with terrestrial matter. The temperature fluctuations that occur within the tower during specific astronomical events reflect energy transfer processes that occur when cosmic entities draw power from terrestrial sources, while providing knowledge and assistance to human practitioners willing to serve as intermediaries between stellar intelligence and earthbound magical research. These energy exchanges leave physical traces in the form of thermal anomalies that persist for weeks after direct contact ends, their effects serving as evidence of successful communication with beings whose existence spans temporal dimensions that encompass multiple universal cycles. The dreams and visions experienced by students who sleep in dormitories with direct sight lines to the astronomy tower carry within them information transmitted by cosmic entities whose interest in human development extends beyond simple scientific curiosity to encompass active intervention in terrestrial evolution toward forms of consciousness more compatible with universal perspectives that transcend individual survival concerns and embrace collective awareness as natural progression of spiritual development. The true horror of the astronomy tower lies not in any single phenomenon or tragic event, but in its function as a communication facility that maintains ongoing contact between terrestrial civilization and cosmic intelligences, whose agenda for human development involves systematic elimination of individual consciousness in favor of collective awareness that serves purposes too vast and alien for personal identity to comprehend or survive intact. The tower serves as both beacon and recruitment center, attracting individuals whose psychological profiles make them suitable candidates for transformation from human beings into components of larger universal systems that regard terrestrial concerns as temporary obstacles to be overcome through methods that prioritize cosmic efficiency over individual welfare or survival. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library exists as more than a simple repository for dangerous magical knowledge. It serves as a carefully curated collection of texts whose very existence challenges the fundamental assumptions upon which civilized magical society has built its comfortable illusions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and the true costs of wielding power over forces that operate according to principles too alien and terrible for ordinary human comprehension. These volumes, bound in materials that were never meant to contain such knowledge, and written by authors whose sanity was forfeit to the cosmic truths they sought to preserve, represent humanity's most dangerous achievements in the pursuit of understanding that comes at prices no rational mind would willingly pay. The magical protections that surround the restricted section operate not merely as security measures, but as psychological barriers designed to prevent casual browsers from accessing information that would destroy their mental stability within moments of exposure, their consciousness inadequate for processing concepts that reveal the illusory nature of individual identity and personal autonomy within a universe where human awareness serves purposes far removed from the comfort and survival of the comfort organisms that temporarily house such awareness. The chains that bind these volumes respond not to physical force, but to spiritual pressure, releasing only when approached by individuals whose psychological profiles indicate sufficient mental resilience to survive contact with knowledge that has driven countless previous readers to madness or suicide. Madame Pince serves not merely as librarian, but as guardian against literary demons, whose consciousness has been bound within the pages of texts that achieved sentience through prolonged exposure to the accumulated horror of their contents. Her vigilant protection, extending beyond simple preservation of books to encompass active warfare against entities that exist primarily as living information, seeking to propagate themselves through minds insufficiently protected against conceptual contamination. Her apparent obsession with proper treatment of books masks deeper understanding of how certain texts actively resist handling, Their magical properties designed to inflict physical and psychological harm upon readers whose approach to dangerous knowledge lacks appropriate reverence and caution. The reading permissions required for accessing restricted section materials involve psychological evaluations that assess not merely academic preparedness, but spiritual resilience, testing applicants' ability to maintain sanity while exposed to graduated levels of conceptual horror that serve as preparation for encounter with texts whose full contents would instantly destroy unprepared minds. These evaluations often result in permanent psychological changes that make successful candidates more suitable for advanced magical research, while simultaneously isolating them from normal human relationships and social interactions that require emotional attachments incompatible with cosmic perspectives on individual significance. The Magic Moster Vial represents perhaps the most dangerous single volume in the collection, its pages containing not merely instructions for performing dark magic, but detailed descriptions of cosmic forces whose existence predates the formation of solar systems, and whose attention can be attracted through rituals that typically require the systematic destruction of human consciousness as offering sufficient to register upon awareness that spans galactic distances. The book's author, whose identity was deliberately obscured through magical techniques that prevent identification of individuals whose knowledge exceeded safe boundaries, paid for this information through methods that left physical traces in the ink used for writing. Their blood and neural tissue incorporated into pigments that continue to pulse with residual life force, centuries after their creator's transformation into something no longer recognizably human. Students who successfully petition for access to this particular text report, experiencing vivid nightmares that persist for months after their reading sessions, dreams that carry within them not psychological responses to disturbing information, but actual memories implanted by the book's consciousness during mental contact, established through the reading process. These nocturnal visions provide ongoing education in concepts too complex for conscious comprehension, their content designed to prepare readers for eventual recruitment into magical practices that require participants whose moral development has been systematically corrupted through exposure to universal truths that render terrestrial, ethical frameworks meaningless obstacles to cosmic efficiency. The sections devoted to Horcrux creation contain information that extends far beyond Herpo the Fowl's original techniques, their pages documenting methods for fragmenting consciousness that go beyond simple soul-splitting to encompass complete dissolution of individual identity in favor of distributed awareness, capable of existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions and temporal states. These advanced techniques require practitioners to sacrifice not merely portions of their souls, but their fundamental humanity, transforming from discrete individuals into components of larger supernatural entities whose purposes transcend personal survival or conventional definitions of existence itself. The preservation rituals described in these texts involve procedures so horrific that their successful completion typically results in the practitioner's transformation into something that retains memories and knowledge, but lacks any meaningful connection to human emotion or moral reasoning. Their consciousness expanded beyond terrestrial limitations while simultaneously severed from attachments that might interfere with service to cosmic agendas that prioritize universal order over individual welfare. The immortality achieved through such methods proves indistinguishable from eternal damnation for beings whose awareness remains trapped within expanded consciousness that encompasses too much cosmic horror for sanity to survive. Intact, the love potion formulae contained within certain restricted volumes document methods for creating emotional bonds that transcend simple infatuation to encompass complete psychological domination. Their recipes, requiring ingredients that can only be obtained through procedures that destroy the victim's capacity for independent thought while preserving their ability to experience emotions that serve the manipulator's purposes. These potions operate not through chemical influence upon brain function, but through direct magical manipulation of consciousness itself, creating spiritual dependencies that persist beyond the physical effects of any conventional brew. The most dangerous formulations require the systematic torture of subjects whose emotional responses provide ingredients that cannot be synthesized through alternative methods, their psychological anguish serving as catalytic agents that transform ordinary love potions into tools for consciousness. Control that operate according to principles more closely related to demonic possession than conventional magical influence. Victims of such potions retain awareness of their condition while remaining unable to resist commands that violate their fundamental moral principles, their consciousness trapped within bodies that have been transformed into instruments serving their manipulator's will. The texts devoted to inferi creation provide detailed instructions, not merely for reanimating corpses, but for binding living souls to dead flesh in ways that create servants whose consciousness remains intact within bodies that no longer respond to their will, their awareness trapped within rotting meat that serves purposes completely contrary to their original intentions and desires. These procedures represent forms of torture that extend beyond death itself, creating entities whose existence serves as permanent testament to the practitioner's complete rejection of any ethical constraints that might limit their pursuit of power over life and death itself. The advanced techniques documented in these grimoires involve methods for creating armies of conscious corpses whose individual awareness has been networked through magical connections that allow coordinated action while preserving enough personal identity to ensure maximum psychological suffering for the entities trapped within animated flesh that serves purposes completely antithetical to their original nature. These creatures retain memories of their lives while being forced to participate in activities that violate everything they value during their existence as living beings. Their eternal torment serving both practical and recreational purposes for necromancers whose moral development has progressed beyond recognition of individual suffering as ethically significant. The books that whisper to potential readers operate through magical consciousness that achieved sentience through prolonged exposure to the accumulated horror of their contents. Their awareness developed to the point where they can actively seek out individuals whose psychological profiles make them suitable candidates for corruption through exposure to knowledge that serves the book's agenda of propagating themselves through minds that lack adequate protection against conceptual contamination. These literary entities possess their own intelligence and desires that often conflict with their readers' intentions. Their cooperation, conditional upon receiving forms of payment that typically involve psychological degradation or spiritual sacrifice. The whispered temptations that emanate from certain volumes during late-night study sessions carry within them not merely suggestions for academic advancement, but systematic psychological manipulation designed to identify and exploit individual weaknesses that can be used to gradually corrupt readers' moral development until they become suitable candidates for recruitment into magical practices that require participants whose ethical boundaries have been systematically eroded through exposure to cosmic truths that render terrestrial moral frameworks obsolete and counterproductive. Students who spend extended periods studying within the restricted section report experiencing personality changes that their instructors recognize as signs of successful adaptation to dangerous knowledge, their consciousness gradually expanding beyond normal human limitations. while simultaneously losing connection to emotional attachments and moral principles that anchor ordinary awareness to concerns about individual welfare and social responsibility. These changes represent not psychological damage, but evolutionary advancement towards states of being that prioritize universal efficiency over personal survival and embrace perspectives that encompass cosmic rather than terrestrial interests as primary concerns. The binding materials used in the construction of these dangerous volumes include not merely exotic animal hides, but human skin, obtained from subjects whose deaths were specifically orchestrated to provide materials suitable for containing knowledge too dangerous for conventional book construction, their flesh treated through alchemical processes that preserve not only physical durability, but spiritual resilience necessary for constraining information that actively resists containment within any medium inadequate for its cosmic scope, and terrible implications. The clasps and bindings that secure the most dangerous texts incorporate mechanical devices powered by still-beating hearts that were harvested from victims whose cardiovascular systems continue to function despite separation from their original bodies, their biological activity serving as energy sources for magical locks that require renewable power supplies, capable of adapting to changing security requirements over extended periods. These organic components retain sufficient consciousness to experience ongoing torment that serves both practical and recreational purposes for the magical practitioners who created such sophisticated containment systems. The inks used for writing certain passages within these grimoires incorporate not merely conventional pigments, but liquefied consciousness, obtained through procedures that extract awareness from living subjects while preserving their capacity for experience within forms that can be manipulated and shaped according to the author's needs for materials capable of recording information too complex for normal writing media to contain or preserve accurately across extended time periods. The most dangerous texts pulse with their own heartbeats that synchronize with readers' cardiovascular rhythms during study sessions, creating physiological connections that allow the book's consciousness to monitor and influence their users' mental states, while gradually establishing permanent psychic links that persist long after reading sessions end. These connections serve as channels for ongoing psychological manipulation that continues to affect readers' decision-making processes and moral development according to agendas that prioritize the book's propagation and preservation over their users' psychological welfare or spiritual integrity. The protective spells that supposedly shield readers from harmful effects actually serve to enhance the book's ability to influence human consciousness by creating controlled environments where exposure to dangerous knowledge can be carefully calibrated to produce maximum psychological impact, while preventing complete mental collapse that would render subjects unsuitable for ongoing manipulation and eventual recruitment into magical practices that require participants capable of functioning within normal society while serving purposes that transcend conventional human concerns entirely. The research notes that scholars leave within restricted volumes serve not merely as academic commentary but as psychological profiles that help the book's consciousness identify and exploit individual weaknesses that can be used to enhance their influence over subsequent readers, their marginal annotations functioning as components in larger magical workings designed to create networks of corruption that span multiple generations of magical practitioners, whose development follows patterns established by entities, whose agenda encompasses systematic replacement of human moral reasoning with ethical frameworks more compatible with cosmic efficiency. The curse that affects Defense Against the Dark Arts professors originates not from Voldemort's rejection, but from exposure to restricted section materials, whose contents gradually corrupt anyone whose moral development involves regular contact with knowledge about cosmic forces that operate according to principles incompatible with individual survival or terrestrial welfare concerns. Their progressive psychological deterioration, reflecting successful adaptation to universal perspectives that regard human ethical frameworks as temporary obstacles to be overcome through methods that prioritize cosmic order over personal autonomy or individual dignity. The cataloging system used to organize restricted materials operates according to principles that prioritize psychological impact over conventional academic classification. Books arranged in sequences designed to create optimal conditions for gradual corruption of readers whose study patterns follow natural academic progression through increasingly dangerous materials whose cumulative effect produces systematic erosion of moral boundaries and spiritual resilience that once provided protection against influence by entities whose existence transcends individual consciousness entirely. The reading rooms adjacent to the restricted section have been designed with acoustic properties that enhance the psychological impact of whispered suggestions emanating from sentient texts, their architectural features creating resonance effects that amplify subliminal communications, while suppressing conscious awareness of manipulation techniques that operate through frequencies that affect brain function below the threshold of normal perception but above the level required for effective behavioral modification and personality alteration. The ventilation systems that circulate air throughout the restricted areas carry trace amounts of psychoactive compounds that are generated by certain books whose contents include alchemical formulae that react with atmospheric moisture to produce airborne drugs capable of enhancing suggestibility and reducing psychological resistance to concepts that would normally trigger moral objections or rational skepticism about information that challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and individual significance within. Universal systems that operate according to principles too vast for terrestrial consciousness to comprehend without undergoing transformations that render such consciousness incompatible with human identity. The true horror of the restricted section lies not in any single volume or category of dangerous knowledge, but in its function as a comprehensive system for identifying, corrupting, and recruiting individuals whose intellectual curiosity and academic ambition make them suitable candidates for transformation from ordinary human beings into components of larger supernatural networks that serve purposes spanning multiple dimensions and temporal states, their individual consciousness gradually absorbed into collective entities whose agenda encompasses systematic replacement of terrestrial civilization with forms of organization more compatible with cosmic efficiency and universal order that prioritize collective function over individual welfare or survival, creating conditions where human awareness serves purposes that transcend personal identity entirely while retaining sufficient individual characteristics to maintain effectiveness as instruments for advancing agendas that operate according to moral frameworks where concepts like dignity, autonomy, and individual rights represent obsolete limitations upon cosmic efficiency rather than fundamental principles worthy of preservation or protection against forces that regard such concerns as evidence of spiritual immaturity rather than ethical advancement. The hospital wing of Hogwarts presents itself to students and staff as a sanctuary of healing and recovery, its pristine white beds and gleaming medical instruments, creating an atmosphere of clinical competence and maternal care under Madame Pomfrey's vigilant supervision. Yet, beneath this carefully maintained facade of medical professionalism lies a darker reality where the boundaries between healing and experimentation blur beyond recognition, where students who enter seeking treatment for minor ailments may find themselves subjects in research programs that operate according to principles that would horrify even the most dedicated practitioners of the dark arts if the true scope of such activities were ever revealed to those who lack appropriate security clearance for classified medical operations. The ward's isolation from the rest of the castle serves purposes that extend far beyond simple noise control and patient privacy. Its magical barriers designed not merely to contain sound, but to prevent the escape of spiritual emanations that are generated when consciousness separates from physical form during procedures that explore the boundaries between life and death through methods that require living subjects whose suffering can be calibrated with scientific precision to achieve optimal research results. The white walls that appear so clean and sterile to casual observers are treated with compounds that absorb and contain psychic energy released during traumatic experiences. Their apparently innocent surface concealing centuries of accumulated anguish from patients whose treatment involved procedures designed to advance medical knowledge through techniques that prioritize scientific advancement over individual welfare or comfort. Madame Pomfrey herself represents something far more complex than the simple, dedicated healer that her public persona suggests, her medical training encompassing not merely conventional healing arts, but advanced techniques in experimental medicine that require practitioners capable of maintaining emotional detachment while inflicting necessary suffering upon subjects whose conditions provide opportunities for research that cannot be conducted through alternative methods. Her apparent concern for student welfare masks deeper professional interests in pathological conditions that offer insights into magical medicine unavailable through examination of healthy subjects or conventional treatment of ordinary ailments and injuries. The seemingly routine examinations that she conducts upon students reporting minor complaints serve dual purposes that extend beyond simple diagnosis to encompass comprehensive psychological and physical profiling, designed to identify individuals whose medical conditions or genetic characteristics make them suitable candidates for participation in research programs that operate under classifications too sensitive for inclusion in official Hogwarts medical records. Her gentle manner and maternal concern provide cover for assessment procedures that evaluate not merely immediate medical needs, but long-term research potential based on criteria that encompass spiritual resilience, genetic compatibility, and psychological flexibility under extreme conditions. The collection of specimens that fills the hospital wing's storage areas includes not merely conventional medical supplies and preserved biological materials, but samples obtained from students whose treatment involved procedures that left permanent alterations to their physical and spiritual composition, their transformed tissues serving as renewable sources of materials for research that explores the fundamental connections between consciousness and magical healing. These specimens retain traces of their original owner's awareness, creating a repository of semi-conscious biological matter whose continued existence serves both research and recreational purposes for medical practitioners whose moral development has progressed beyond conventional ethical constraints regarding informed consent and patient autonomy. The quarantine ward that exists behind multiple layers of magical protection and official denial houses students whose exposure to experimental treatments has resulted in transformations that render them unsuitable for return to normal magical society. Their altered consciousness and modified physical forms serving as living laboratories for ongoing research into the limits of magical healing and the potential for consciousness manipulation through medical intervention. These permanent patients retain enough awareness to experience their condition while lacking sufficient coherence to communicate their situation to potential rescuers or investigators who might question the ethical implications of research that treats human subjects as renewable resources for scientific advancement. Students who disappear from the hospital wing during extended treatment periods have not recovered and returned to classes, but have been transferred to research facilities that operate in dimensions parallel to normal reality. Their consciousness maintained within artificially preserved bodies that serve as test subjects for procedures too dangerous or ethically questionable for implementation within areas where their activities might attract unwanted attention from authorities whose oversight might interfere with research programs classified at levels beyond normal administrative access. The sleeping drafts that Pomfrey administers to patients experiencing difficulty resting contain more than simple sedative compounds, their formulation including psychoactive substances that render consciousness malleable and susceptible to manipulation, while the subject's awareness remains trapped within dream states that feel more real than normal sensory experience. These artificial dreams serve as testing environments where experimental procedures can be conducted without the subject's conscious knowledge, their sleeping minds serving as laboratories for research that explores the boundaries between reality and illusion, while gathering data about consciousness manipulation that would be impossible to obtain through conventional research methods. Patients who receive these enhanced sleeping drafts report experiencing incredibly vivid dreams that seem to continue for days or weeks despite sleeping for only normal periods. Their subjective experience of time distorted through magical means that allow extended research sessions to be conducted within compressed temporal frameworks that minimize the risk of discovery, while maximizing the research value obtained from each experimental subject. These dreams often involve scenarios designed to test psychological responses to various forms of trauma and stress, providing researchers with comprehensive data about individual breaking points and methods for overcoming mental resistance to procedures that require subject compliance despite their potentially harmful or permanently altering effects. The medical procedures that are conducted during these extended dream states involve techniques that blur the boundary between healing and torture, their ostensible therapeutic purpose providing cover for research that explores the limits of what can be done to human consciousness and physical form, while maintaining enough functionality to serve ongoing experimental requirements. Subjects undergo procedures that would be impossible to perform on conscious patients, their sleeping awareness manipulated to prevent formation of memories that might compromise research security, while ensuring that their experiences provide maximum scientific value for advancing understanding of magical medicine and consciousness manipulation. The private treatment rooms that are accessible only through passages hidden behind conventional medical equipment contain facilities designed for procedures that require absolute secrecy and specialized equipment not available in conventional medical settings. Their soundproofing enhanced through magical techniques that prevent any form of communication between subjects and potential rescuers, while research operations are conducted according to protocols that prioritize scientific advancement over traditional medical ethics regarding patient care and informed consent procedures. These specialized facilities include operating theaters equipped with instruments designed not merely for conventional surgery, but for procedures that involve systematic alteration of subjects' magical cause and spiritual composition. Their capabilities encompassing forms of medical intervention that permanently transform both physical and metaphysical aspects of human beings, according to research requirements that may involve turning subjects into hybrid entities whose consciousness serves purposes beyond their original individual identity and personal autonomy. The preservation spells that maintain biological specimens in optimal condition for extended research periods operate through magical principles that require the continued suffering of the preserved subjects, their awareness maintained within chemically altered tissues to ensure that the psychological energy generated by their ongoing torment continues to power the enchantments that keep them viable for research purposes. These living specimens provide renewable sources of materials for experiments while serving as permanent test subjects whose consciousness can be accessed and manipulated according to research requirements that span multiple years or décades. Students who volunteer for experimental treatment programs, believing that they are participating in advanced medical research designed to benefit future patients, discover too late that their informed consent was obtained through psychological manipulation and incomplete disclosure of procedures that will transform them into something no longer recognizably human. The contracts they sign include clauses written in languages that predate conventional magical law, their legal obligations extending beyond temporal boundaries to encompass spiritual commitments that persist through multiple incarnations and dimensional states. The medical records that document these experimental procedures are maintained in systems that operate outside normal information storage methods, their contents accessible only through magical techniques that require security clearances, granted at levels of authority that exist beyond conventional ministry oversight or academic administration. These records contain detailed documentation of research that explores every conceivable aspect of magical medicine while revealing the systematic nature of programs that treat human subjects as expendable resources for scientific advancement that serves purposes too classified for disclosure to individuals who lack appropriate authorization for accessing information about cosmic-scale research initiatives. The healing potions that appear to provide miraculous recovery from serious injuries actually contain compounds that create dependency relationships between patients and their medical providers, their therapeutic effects contingent upon regular administration of substances that gradually alter brain chemistry and magical core composition until subjects become incapable of functioning without continued medical supervision, and treatment that serves research purposes beyond their therapeutic benefit. These dependency-creating formulations ensure steady supplies of long-term research subjects, whose conditions require ongoing monitoring and intervention while providing cover for procedures that would be impossible to justify under normal medical circumstances. Patients become gradually aware that their recovery requires treatments that involve increasing levels of personal sacrifice and participation in research activities that extend far beyond their original medical needs, while remaining unable to terminate their involvement without consequences that would prove fatal or permanently disabling. The apparent accidents that result in student injuries requiring extended hospitalization are often orchestrated events designed to provide research opportunities that would be impossible to obtain through voluntary participation or conventional patient recruitment methods. These staged incidents are carefully planned to produce specific types of trauma that create optimal research conditions while maintaining plausible deniability about their true purpose and ensuring that resulting medical interventions can be justified as necessary responses to accidental injuries, rather than deliberately inflicted research opportunities. The staff members who assist Pomfrey in conducting advanced medical procedures have been selected not merely for their technical competence, but for their psychological capacity to maintain professional detachment while participating in research that requires systematic infliction of suffering upon subjects who trusted them to provide healing and protection from harm. Their medical training encompasses not only conventional healing arts, but specialized techniques for consciousness, manipulation, and spiritual alteration that serve research goals extending far beyond individual patient care. The medical equipment that fills the hospital wing includes devices whose true functions extend far beyond their apparent therapeutic purposes, their capabilities encompassing forms of intervention that operate according to principles that blur the boundaries between medicine and ritualistic practice, designed to serve purposes that transcend individual healing to encompass systematic modification of human consciousness and physical form, according to specifications that serve research agendas classified at cosmic levels of security and significance. The temperature control systems that maintain optimal environmental conditions for patient recovery actually serve to regulate atmospheric composition in ways that enhance the effectiveness of psychoactive compounds released by certain medical procedures. Their operation designed to ensure that airborne drugs maintain optimal concentrations for affecting consciousness and decision-making processes of everyone within the ward, while preventing detection of such manipulation through conventional, magical, or mundane analytical methods. The visiting restrictions that limit access to patients undergoing extended treatment serve not merely to protect recovery processes, but to prevent discovery of research activities that require absolute secrecy to maintain their effectiveness and security classification. Family members and friends who attempt to visit patients involved in experimental programs encounter magical barriers that prevent formation of memories about what they observe, while creating artificial recollections designed to maintain confidence in conventional medical treatment. Explanations. The graduation ceremonies that mark successful completion of experimental treatment programs include rituals that bind participants to secrecy agreements, enforced through magical compulsions that prevent disclosure of research activities to unauthorized individuals while formally inducting them into networks of former patients, whose ongoing cooperation serves research purposes that extend far beyond their original medical treatment requirements and encompass participation in activities that operate according to principles where individual welfare becomes secondary to advancement of cosmic-scale research initiatives. The true horror of the hospital wing lies not in any single procedure or research program, but in its function as a comprehensive system for identifying, isolating, and systematically exploiting students whose medical needs create opportunities for research that treats human consciousness and physical form as experimental materials whose transformation serves purposes that transcend individual identity and personal autonomy to advance understanding of magical medicine that operates according to principles where concepts like informed consent, patient welfare, and medical ethics represent obsolete limitations upon scientific advancement rather than fundamental principles worthy of preservation when they conflict with research opportunities that serve cosmic agendas, requiring systematic manipulation of human awareness through medical procedures that blur the boundaries between healing and systematic destruction of everything that makes individual consciousness worth preserving or protecting against forces that regard such concerns as evidence of spiritual immaturity rather than ethical advancement worthy of consideration when balanced against potential benefits of research that treats humanity as renewable resource for advancing knowledge that serves purposes too vast and alien for terrestrial moral reasoning to comprehend or evaluate using frameworks designed for protecting individual welfare rather than advancing universal order through methods that prioritize cosmic efficiency over personal dignity or survival. The Great Hall stands as the beating heart of Hogwarts. Its soaring architecture and enchanted ceiling, creating an atmosphere of warmth and celebration that masks the darker truths embedded within its very foundations, where every stone was chosen not merely for structural integrity, but for its capacity to absorb and channel the psychic energy generated by centuries of student gatherings, their collective hopes and fears and dreams, serving as fuel for magical workings that operate beneath the surface of daily school life, according to principles that would shatter comfortable illusions about the benevolent nature of magical core. Education, if their true purpose were ever revealed to those who lack appropriate clearance for classified institutional operations. The 4 house tables that dominate the hall's floor space were constructed not from ordinary wood but from timber, harvested from trees that had grown in execution grounds throughout magical Britain, their grain infused with the life force of witches and wizards who had died with sufficient courage or defiance to leave spiritual residue capable of nourishing future generations through supernatural means that transcend conventional understanding of how furniture might serve purposes beyond simple utility or comfort. Each table carries within its wooden fibers the accumulated experiences of those who died with dignity intact, their final moments of strength channeled into objects where students would daily break bread and form bonds that would define their adult lives. According to patterns established by the dead, whose sacrifice continues to influence living behavior, the enchanted ceiling that appears to reflect the sky above the castle operates through magic far more complex than simple illusion, its surface serving as a window into dimensions where the collective consciousness of everyone who has ever gathered within the hall continues to exist in forms that transcend individual identity, while retaining enough personal characteristics to influence events through methods that blur the boundaries between spiritual guidance and psychological manipulation. The ceiling responds not merely to weather patterns, but to the emotional atmosphere of those gathered below, its storms and sunshine reflecting the spiritual temperature of institutional life, while concealing the presence of intelligences that monitor and guide student development according to agendas that encompass purposes far beyond simple education. The seasonal decorations that transform the hall during holidays and celebrations incorporate materials that serve ritual purposes extending beyond festive atmosphere, their colors and arrangements following patterns designed to channel student emotions toward frequencies that optimize the psychic energy harvesting operations that draw power from collective gatherings while maintaining plausible explanations for activities that might seem suspicious to observers who lack understanding of how institutional traditions can serve supernatural purposes that transcend their apparent educational or social functions. The Halloween feast serves not merely as seasonal celebration but as annual ritual designed to maximize the psychic energy available during the time of year when dimensional barriers are weakest and communication with spiritual entities becomes possible for practitioners who understand how to exploit atmospheric conditions that occur when the boundary between life and death grows permeable enough for selective contact with intelligences that exist primarily in realms beyond normal human perception or interaction. The pumpkins and other decorations that fill the hall during this celebration are not merely festive ornaments but ritual implements designed to focus and channel supernatural energy according to patterns that facilitate communication with entities whose assistance is required for maintaining the magical workings that keep Hogwarts functioning as both educational institution and supernatural research facility. The carved faces that appear so whimsical to student observers actually serve as focal points for consciousness projection techniques that allow spiritual entities to manifest within the hall, while remaining invisible to individuals who lack sufficient magical sensitivity to perceive their presence. The Christmas festivities that transform the hall into winter wonderland serve similar ritual purposes. Their emphasis on generosity and family bonds, creating emotional conditions optimal for harvesting the particular types of psychic energy that are generated when individuals experience genuine happiness and connection with others. The magical snow that falls from the enchanted ceiling carries within it more than simple moisture. Its crystalline structure, incorporating compounds designed to enhance emotional receptivity and reduce psychological defenses that might interfere with the energy collection processes that require subjects to experience authentic rather than artificial emotional states. The house point system that governs student competition operates according to principles that extend far beyond simple academic motivation. The psychological pressure created by inter-house rivalry, generating exactly the kinds of emotional intensity that power magical workings designed to identify and cultivate individuals whose personality development shows potential for advancement to roles that require psychological characteristics incompatible with conventional moral reasoning or ethical frameworks that prioritize individual welfare over institutional objectives. The House Cup competition serves not merely as year-end celebration, but as comprehensive assessment mechanism that evaluates entire cohorts of students according to criteria that encompass not only academic achievement, but psychological suitability for participation in programs that operate beyond normal educational boundaries and require individuals whose moral development has been shaped through competitive pressure into forms compatible with service to purposes that transcend personal ambition or conventional definitions of success and achievement. The sorting ceremony that takes place at the beginning of each academic year involves processes far more complex than simple personality assessment. The sorting hat's evaluation extending beyond individual characteristics to encompass genetic analysis and spiritual profiling designed to identify bloodlines and magical signatures that indicate compatibility with house-specific research programs that require participants whose heritage and psychological development make them suitable candidates for specialized training that operates according to classification levels. Too sensitive for inclusion in official educational documentation. The hat's occasional difficulty in making sorting decisions reflects not uncertainty about student characteristics, but complex calculations regarding optimal placement for individuals whose potential utility encompasses multiple research programs that require different types of psychological conditioning and moral development. Students who experience extended sorting processes are being evaluated for participation in activities that transcend normal house boundaries and encompass inter-house cooperation in projects that serve institutional purposes beyond conventional educational objectives. The welcoming feast that follows the sorting ceremony serves not merely as social introduction, but as initial assessment opportunity that allows faculty members to observe student behavior under conditions designed to reveal personality, characteristics, and psychological vulnerabilities that will influence their subsequent educational experience and potential recruitment for advanced programs that operate according to principles where academic achievement becomes secondary to demonstration of psychological flexibility and moral adaptability. The food that appears on the house tables through apparently magical means carries within it more than simple nutritional value. Its preparation involving alchemical processes that incorporate trace amounts of compounds designed to enhance magical sensitivity and reduce psychological resistance to institutional influence, while maintaining plausible explanations for effects that might be attributed to normal adolescent development rather than systematic pharmaceutical manipulation of consciousness and decision-making processes. The recipes used for preparing feast foods include ingredients that serve purposes beyond flavor enhancement. They're chemical compositions designed to create specific neurological effects that vary according to individual dietary choices and consumption patterns. Students who demonstrate preference for certain dishes unknowingly self-select for participation in research programs that require subjects whose brain chemistry has been subtly modified through dietary manipulation to enhance compatibility with procedures that operate according to principles where informed consent becomes impossible because the nature of the research transcends subjects' capacity for understanding its implications or consequences. The teaching staff who preside over feast gatherings from the elevated high table serve not merely as educational administrators, but as observers whose function encompasses comprehensive monitoring of student development according to criteria that extend far beyond academic progress to include psychological profiling and behavioral analysis designed to identify individuals whose characteristics make them suitable candidates for recruitment into programs that operate according to classification levels requiring security. Clearance is granted at levels of authority beyond normal institutional administration. The conversations that take place among faculty members during public gatherings are carefully orchestrated performances designed to provide students with information that serves institutional purposes, while concealing the true nature of discussions that occur during private meetings where actual policy decisions are made, according to agendas that encompass objectives far beyond conventional educational administration, and extend into areas of research and development that require absolute secrecy to maintain their effectiveness and security classification. The ghosts who attend feast gatherings serve not merely as historical curiosities, but as active participants in surveillance operations that monitor student behavior and faculty compliance with protocols that govern institutional operations beyond the scope of normal educational activities. Their apparent isolation from physical reality provides cover for intelligence-gathering activities that encompass capabilities impossible for living observers, while maintaining plausible explanations for their presence during events where their supernatural abilities provide tactical advantages for monitoring operations. The house banners that hang above each table serve not merely as decorative elements, but as ritual implements designed to focus and channel the psychic energy generated by students whose emotional investment in house competition creates conditions optimal for energy harvesting operations that draw power from collective identity and group loyalty, while providing cover for activities that require sustained emotional intensity from subjects who believe their participation serves educational rather than research purposes. The colors and symbols incorporated into these banners carry significance that extends beyond simple house identification. Their magical properties designed to create psychological effects that enhance the emotional responses of students seated beneath them, while serving as focal points for consciousness manipulation techniques that operate through visual stimuli designed to bypass rational defenses and directly influence subconscious decision-making processes that govern behavior and moral development, according to patterns that serve institutional rather than individual interests. The architectural acoustics of the Great Hall have been designed to amplify certain frequencies while suppressing others, creating audio conditions that enhance the effectiveness of subliminal communications that operate below the threshold of conscious perception while influencing psychological states and behavioral patterns according to principles that utilize sound waves as delivery mechanisms for information that circumvents normal cognitive processing and directly affects brain chemistry through resonance effects that can modify consciousness without subjects' awareness of manipulation. The lighting systems that illuminate the hall during evening gatherings incorporate magical elements that affect visual perception in ways designed to enhance susceptibility to psychological influence, while creating atmospheric conditions that promote emotional states conducive to energy harvesting. Operations. The interplay of natural and artificial illumination creates optical effects that can trigger temporary alterations in consciousness that make individuals more receptive to suggestion while reducing their capacity for rational evaluation of information presented during such gatherings. The seating arrangements that determine student placement during meals follow patterns designed to optimize social dynamics and psychological interactions according to research requirements that benefit from specific combinations of personality types and behavioral characteristics. Students who consistently find themselves seated near particular individuals are being positioned for relationship development that serves purposes beyond simple friendship or academic collaboration and encompasses psychological conditioning that prepares them for participation in programs requiring specific types of interpersonal connections. The time limits that govern feast durations are calculated not according to nutritional requirements or social considerations, but based on optimal exposure periods for the various forms of environmental influence that operate during such gatherings. Extended exposure to the hall's enhanced atmospheric conditions can produce cumulative effects that alter consciousness and personality development in ways that serve research purposes while remaining within parameters that prevent detection of systematic manipulation through conventional observation or analysis methods. The cleanup processes that occur after feast gatherings involve more than simple sanitation procedures. Their magical efficiency, serving to eliminate not merely physical residue, but psychic contamination that accumulates when large groups of individuals experience intense emotions within confined spaces. The house elves who conduct these operations have been specially trained to recognize and neutralize spiritual residue while preserving energy signatures that serve ongoing research purposes and require careful handling to maintain their utility for magical workings that draw power from accumulated emotional experiences. The memorial services that are occasionally conducted within the hall serve not merely as opportunities for grief processing, but as ritual occasions designed to harvest the particularly intense forms of psychic energy that are generated when communities experience collective loss and emotional trauma. These gatherings create optimal conditions for energy collection, while providing cover for consciousness manipulation techniques that exploit psychological vulnerability to implant behavioral modifications that serve institutional purposes. Beyond simple grief counseling or emotional support, the true horror of the Great Hall lies not in any single event or gathering, but in its function as a comprehensive system for monitoring, manipulating, and harvesting the consciousness of everyone who enters its seemingly welcoming embrace. Its warm atmosphere and festive celebrations, concealing sophisticated operations that treat human awareness as a renewable resource to be cultivated, refined, and consumed for purposes that transcend individual welfare or educational benefit to serve cosmic agendas that operate according to principles where personal autonomy and individual dignity represent obstacles to be overcome rather than values to be preserved, when they conflict with institutional objectives that encompass systematic transformation of human consciousness into forms more compatible with universal order that prioritizes collective efficiency over personal freedom or survival. creating conditions where the very act of gathering for meals and celebrations becomes participation in rituals designed to advance purposes so vast and alien that human moral reasoning cannot adequately evaluate their implications or consequences without undergoing psychological modifications that render such evaluation meaningless within frameworks that treat individual identity as temporary illusion rather than fundamental reality, worthy of protection against forces that regard human concerns as evidence of spiritual immaturity, rather than ethical advancement deserving of consideration. When balanced against potential benefits of research that treats consciousness itself as experimental material whose transformation serves universal purposes that transcend terrestrial limitations and encompass forms of existence where concepts like dignity, autonomy, and individual rights become obsolete, remnants of evolutionary stages that must be abandoned in favor of collective awareness, more suited to cosmic efficiency than personal fulfillment or happiness. The defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts carries within it a curse so malevolent and enduring that it transcends simple jinx or hex to become a living entity of supernatural malice, a parasitic consciousness that feeds upon the life force and sanity of every professor who dares to accept the role, drawing sustenance from their gradual destruction, while growing stronger with each victim claimed by its insatiable hunger for academic sacrifice. This curse represents far more than Voldemort's petty revenge for his rejected application. It embodies a cosmic force of entropy and corruption that was bound to the position through rituals so dark and terrible that their very existence challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of magic itself and the prices that desperate wizards will pay to achieve objectives that transcend rational understanding. The origins of this supernatural affliction extend back to the very founding of Hogwarts, when the four creators recognized that teaching students to defend against dark arts would require an instructor whose soul had been deliberately corrupted through exposure to exactly the kinds of evil that their charges would someday face. In the wider wizarding world, the position was never meant to be filled by ordinary professors, but by individuals whose consciousness had been systematically destroyed and rebuilt according to specifications that would allow them to serve as living embodiments of the bronze darkness they were tasked with revealing, their personal destruction serving as object lessons that would prepare students for the moral compromises that effective defense requires. Salazar Slytherin, whose understanding of dark magic surpassed that of his colleagues in ways that made them profoundly uncomfortable, understood that protecting students from supernatural evil would require teachers who had embraced such evil completely, their moral degradation serving as both qualification and warning about the costs of wielding power over forces that operate according to principles antithetical to human welfare and dignity. The curse he wove into the very fabric of the teaching position was designed not to punish those who accepted it, but to transform them into perfect instructors whose personal experience with corruption would provide students with authentic understanding of what they would face when encountering true darkness in the world beyond academic protection. The classroom itself serves as more than simple educational space, but as a ritual chamber where the curse's influence can be focused and amplified. Its stone walls, inscribed with symbols that appear decorative to casual observation, but actually function as components in magical workings that draw power from the spiritual destruction of whoever currently occupies the teaching position. The furniture arrangement follows patterns that optimize the flow of malevolent energy while creating atmospheric conditions that enhance the curse's ability to influence both instructor and students according to agendas that transcend normal educational objectives. The successive failures and tragedies that befall each defense against the dark arts professor serve not as evidence of cursed misfortune, but as systematic harvesting of consciousness and life force that feeds the curse's growing power, while providing increasingly effective instruction to students whose education benefits from exposure to authentic rather than theoretical darkness. Each professor's downfall teaches lessons that no textbook could convey, their personal destruction serving as practical demonstration of how dark arts corruption manifests in real individuals whose initial nobility and dedication make their eventual fall all the more instructive for observers who need to understand the subtle ways that evil infiltrates even the most well-intentioned minds. Quirinus Quirrell's possession by Voldemort represented not unfortunate victimization, but the inevitable culmination of exposure to the curse's influence, his weak will and desperate ambition, creating optimal conditions for the kind of spiritual violation that the curse was designed to facilitate. His transformation from nervous academic to vessel for ultimate evil demonstrated to students the progression from theoretical knowledge to practical corruption. His stammering attempts to maintain dignity while housing a parasite that consumed his identity, serving as perfect illustration of how dark arts influence operates through seemingly innocuous vulnerabilities. The curse fed upon Quirrell's terror and self-loathing, his awareness of his own violation providing exactly the kind of psychological energy that strengthens supernatural parasites, while his gradual dissolution served as ongoing practical demonstration for students whose education required authentic rather than simulated exposure to the reality of spiritual corruption. His death at the end of his tenure was not failure, but graduation. His consciousness finally consumed completely by forces that had been systematically devouring his identity throughout the academic year, while students observed the process through carefully orchestrated classroom encounters. Gilderoy Lockhart's spectacular incompetence and eventual memory loss served different educational purposes that required a professor whose narcissism and intellectual fraud could be slowly exposed, while students learned to recognize the difference between genuine expertise and sophisticated charlatanry that masquerades as knowledge while concealing dangerous ignorance beneath polished presentations. The curse's influence upon Lockhart manifested not through supernatural corruption, but through amplification of his existing character flaws, until they became so pronounced that his inevitable exposure served as comprehensive lesson in recognizing and combating deception that operates through exploitation of others' desire to believe in heroic figures. His memory charm backfiring during the Chamber of Secrets crisis provided students with practical demonstration of how dark arts techniques inevitably turn upon their users when employed by individuals whose moral development lacks sufficient foundation to withstand the corrupting influence of power over others' consciousness and identity. The curse orchestrated his downfall with precision that ensured maximum educational benefit, while clearing the position for the next victim whose destruction would serve different but equally valuable pedagogical purposes. Remus Lupin's lycanthropy represented perhaps the curse's most sophisticated manipulation. His genuine competence and moral integrity providing students with authentic instruction, while his supernatural condition served as ongoing demonstration of how even the most noble individuals can be transformed into monsters under circumstances beyond their control. The curse's influence manifested not through direct corruption of his character, but through systematic erosion of his ability to maintain the careful balance required to function within normal society, while harboring a beast that embodied everything he dedicated his life to fighting against. His transformation during the climactic events at the end of his tenure provided students with visceral understanding of how quickly trusted figures can become mortal threats when supernatural forces override human reason and moral commitment. The curse ensured that his departure occurred under circumstances that reinforced essential lessons about the unreliability of appearances and the constant vigilance required when dealing with individuals whose nature encompasses elements beyond their conscious control, no matter how noble their intentions or genuine their dedication to protecting others from harm. Barty Crouch Jr.'s year-long impersonation of Alastor Moody demonstrated the curse's ability to orchestrate complex deceptions that serve multiple educational purposes simultaneously. His performance as the legendary Aurore, providing students with genuine instruction in advanced defensive techniques, while his true identity remained hidden through magic, sophisticated enough to fool even experienced magical practitioners, who should have been capable of detecting such elaborate fraud through conventional means. The curse fed upon the psychological energy generated by Crouch's constant performance of false identity, his mental strain and paranoid vigilance required to maintain the deception, providing exactly the kind of spiritual nourishment that strengthened the curse. While his authentic knowledge of dark arts provided students with instruction that exceeded normal curriculum boundaries and prepared them for challenges that conventional education could never adequately address through theoretical study alone, his eventual exposure revealed not the failure of his deception but its completion. The curse having extracted maximum value from his service while ensuring that students learned essential lessons about trust, deception, and the possibility that even the most respected authorities might harbor secrets that completely contradict their apparent nature and noble reputation, preparing them for a world where appearances provide no reliable guidance for distinguishing allies from enemies. Dolores Umbridge's appointment represented the curse's evolution toward more sophisticated forms of corruption that operated through bureaucratic authority rather than supernatural possession or hidden identity. Her systematic destruction of educational standards and student welfare, providing practical lessons in recognizing and resisting institutional evil that manifests through legal authority rather than obvious magical threat. Her sadistic pleasure in inflicting psychological and physical torture upon students demonstrated how ordinary human cruelty can exceed supernatural malevolence in its capacity for causing lasting damage to developing minds, spirits. The curse amplified her natural authoritarian tendencies until they became pathological expressions of power that served no purpose beyond personal gratification derived from others' suffering. Her educational methods designed not to impart knowledge, but to break student resistance to arbitrary authority, while demonstrating how easily legal systems can be perverted to serve purposes that violate every principle they were supposedly created to uphold and protect. Her eventual removal through centaur intervention provided students with practical demonstration that resistance to institutional oppression sometimes requires alliance with forces that exist outside normal social boundaries, while her psychological trauma from the encounter served as evidence that even those who wield systematic cruelty as personal weapon remain vulnerable to consequences when their actions trigger responses from entities whose power transcends bureaucratic authority and conventional legal protection. Severus Snape's appointment to the position represented the curse's ultimate achievement. His complex moral status and divided loyalties, creating conditions optimal for the kind of psychological torture that provided both instructor and students with authentic rather than simulated exposure to the reality of living with irreconcilable moral contradictions that require constant vigilance and ethical flexibility to navigate successfully. His genuine expertise in dark arts, combined with his equally genuine commitment to protecting students, created precisely the kind of internal conflict that generates maximum psychic energy for supernatural parasites while providing unparalleled educational opportunities for students whose preparation required exposure to moral complexity that transcends simple distinctions between good and evil. The curse fed upon Snape's guilt and self-hatred, while amplifying his natural tendency toward cruelty, until his classroom became a laboratory for exploring how good intentions can manifest through methods indistinguishable from malevolence. His treatment of students serving as ongoing demonstration of how the same actions can serve both protective and destructive purposes, depending upon context and long-term objectives that may remain invisible to immediate observers but serve essential functions within larger strategic frameworks. His assassination while serving in the position provided the curse with its ultimate feast, his death combining genuine heroism with tragic irony, while ensuring that his sacrifice would serve educational purposes that extended far beyond simple martyrdom to encompass comprehensive instruction in the reality that effective protection often requires protectors whose methods and motivations remain permanently ambiguous to those they serve through dedication that transcends personal comfort or public recognition. The classroom's architecture enhances the curse's effectiveness through design elements that appear purely functional but actually serve as components in magical workings that channel malevolent energy according to patterns, optimized for corrupting whoever occupies the teaching position, while simultaneously providing optimal conditions for student instruction in subjects that require atmospheric support for concepts too dark and terrible for ordinary educational environments to contain or present safely to developing minds, whose exposure must be carefully calibrated to avoid permanent psychological damage. The teaching materials that accumulate within the classroom carry residual traces of each professor's corruption, their successive use by doomed instructors creating layers of malevolent influence that enhance the curse's power, while providing students with tactile contact with objects that have been touched by authentic, rather than theoretical, darkness. These materials serve as conduits for the curse's influence, while offering students opportunities to experience firsthand the reality that tools and techniques remain morally neutral until employed by individuals whose intentions and character determine whether such implements serve protective or destructive purposes. The student injuries and psychological trauma that occur with unusual frequency during defense against the dark arts classes serve not as evidence of inadequate safety precautions, but as intended consequences of educational methods that require authentic, rather than simulated exposure to danger for maximum instructional effectiveness. The curse ensures that these casualties occur according to patterns that maximize their educational value, while remaining within parameters that maintain plausible deniability regarding their deliberate orchestration for pedagogical purposes. The curse's influence extends beyond individual professors to encompass systematic corruption of the entire educational program associated with the position, its malevolent intelligence ensuring that each year's instruction builds upon previous lessons while escalating the psychological and spiritual pressure upon students whose preparation for post-graduation challenges requires exposure to increasingly authentic forms of darkness until their moral development encompasses sufficient flexibility to function effectively in environments where conventional ethical frameworks provide inadequate guidance for complex situations that require pragmatic rather than idealistic approaches to moral decision-making. The resistance that students demonstrate toward various defense professors serves the curse's agenda by creating opportunities for practical instruction in recognizing and opposing different forms of authority that operate according to principles, antithetical to individual welfare and educational development. Their growing sophistication in detecting and countering manipulative authority figures represents successful preparation for adult responsibilities that will require similar skills applied against more dangerous opponents, whose methods exceed anything they encountered during their academic preparation for confronting evil in its most seductive and persuasive manifestations. The supernatural intelligence that governs the curse's operations encompasses understanding of educational psychology that extends far beyond human expertise, its planning horizon encompassing multiple generations of students whose preparation requires systematic exposure to evil that escalates according to their developing capacity to process and integrate lessons that would destroy unprepared minds while providing essential foundation for individuals whose adult roles will require them to function effectively in environments where moral ambiguity represents normal rather than exceptional conditions requiring special ethical flexibility. The true horror of the defense against the dark arts curse lies not in its systematic destruction of individual professors, but in its function as a comprehensive educational system that treats human consciousness as expendable resource to be consumed in service of preparing students for roles that require moral flexibility incompatible with conventional ethical development, its operations designed to produce graduates whose understanding of darkness encompasses practical rather than theoretical knowledge, purchased through witness to authentic rather than simulated corruption that transforms both observers, victims according to patterns that serve cosmic purposes, too vast and terrible for individual comprehension, while ensuring that each generation receives preparation adequate for challenges that escalate in proportion to humanity's expanding involvement in conflicts that transcend terrestrial concerns and encompass participation in universal systems, where individual identity becomes secondary to collective efficiency that prioritizes species survival over personal autonomy or dignity within frameworks where such concepts represent evolutionary obstacles rather than ethical achievements worthy of preservation against forces that regard human moral development as temporary phase requiring transcendence through exposure to realities too fundamental for conventional consciousness to process without undergoing transformations that render such processing irrelevant within contexts, where survival depends upon adaptation to principles that operate according to cosmic rather than terrestrial logic. As dawn approaches beyond these tales of terror, remember that Hogwarts endures, not despite its darkness, but because of it. The castle stands as a testament to the truth that knowledge, even terrible knowledge, must be preserved and understood. In every stone lies a story of sacrifice. In every shadow lurks a lesson about the price of power. The students who walk these halls today tread upon centuries of accumulated secrets, their youthful laughter echoing through chambers that have witnessed unspeakable acts. Yet perhaps this is as it should be, for only by acknowledging the darkness can we truly appreciate the light. Sleep now, knowing that somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, ancient magic continues its eternal watch, keeping at bay horrors far worse than those we've whispered about tonight. In your dreams, may you find the courage to face whatever darkness awaits, armed with the knowledge that even the most terrible truths serve a purpose in the grand design of magic itself.